Anybody online for that? Okay, I actually have a couple of comments about it. So let's try C2, 935 Mariposa. Is there anybody here for C2?
Yes, Adam Platt here, architect.
Okay, good. And Rob, have you had a chance to review this? Item C2 Mariposa. This was the one that had a fairly large amount of lighting outside, and they did a significant reduction in that. And they were missing some details, which from my point of view is complete now. And I have no problem with this item. Do you have any problems with item C2, please?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a nice project, but and I certainly won't hold the project up for this, but I thought the plant palette could be a little bit more diverse, a little bit more deep, a little bit more involved, but.
That site visit, it's one of the most beautiful sites that I've been on.
Oh, I know which one this is. Yeah, it's a very nice. Okay, it's a beautiful spot. Yeah, I still feel that there's areas in the garden that could be a little bit more detailed and whatnot, but it was a beautiful project. I know which one you're talking about. Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes, absolutely.
So we will be recommending final right? Yeah, final approval at the full board in about, I don't know, 45 minutes to an hour if you want to wait. Otherwise, you don't have
Great.
to, you're not required to.
Thank you.
Thank you now. And thank you very much for reconsidering that lighting. Item C1, please. Anybody here? Okay, item C3. 77 Olive Mill Road. Come on up. The drawings that I got yesterday were incomplete. And so I don't know if they got loaded up or not. Can we just see what was there?
I didn't get them, actually. They didn't show up in my package.
Push the little bar. There you go.
So from what I understood last time, the consent was to see if we could remove the oak tree in the middle.
Yep, and you did.
We did, and add a driveway.
Yep,
Driveway.
yep,
We did,
yep, and
was
added
the-
4 oak trees.
and added 4 oak trees. And that's what we did.
Okay, but you are on for final, which means full set of consent of construction drawings, both for the architecture and for the landscape, and I did not see that.
We don't have that. I did not know that was for final. I thought this was just so we could move forward to final.
Yes, did you have any problem with their revision to their driveway?
I didn't see the package. It didn't come in it was missing from everything. I got everything else, but that.
So right there,
I need to
that
review
So
that.
right there in the middle of that driveway, if you see that oak tree,
Mhm.
that made that turnaround and, you
I
know.
kind of vaguely remember. I don't remember if I saw what was there before, I might be able
And
to.
so we actually made an approval that said you have to take the tree out.
Right, I remember that.
You've done that. You've added 4 mitigating oaks, and from my point of view, it's fine. This is a duplex.
I trust your judgment on that one, so.
Okay, so we will continue this. That's all that we're we can't give you a final on the package that was there. So colors, materials, sections, details, irrigation, wheelo, the whole thing.
perfect. That's
Back
what
to
we're after.
consent.
Back to consent.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
No. The 27th of the next month?
of this month.
No, not even close.
Okay, just work with your planner to reschedule when you're ready.
I did not even know I was scheduled. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so this is going to be a continuance. Thank you very much.
So that's a full bore, all details, everything.
What you want to have the contractor have, all of it, structural, mechanical, all of it, okay? And then once it's approved here, it then goes to the building department. Once it's approved there, you get a bill, but we want the same set of drawings to go all the way through, okay? Item C4, 618 Hot Springs Road. Anybody here for that, please?
Yeah, John, Daryl Becker, Ken Lindstad, and Scott
Hey,
Menzel.
Daryl, it's hard to hear you. Speak up or,
Sorry about that, John. We're here.
no, not a problem. Okay, have you had a chance to look at this, Rob? And did you have any comments, please?
Yeah, the only thing I mean, nice project. The only thing that poked out at me was I wasn't sure if the fixtures, there were several of them were dark sky compliant. I'm assuming that the architect, I've seen him around, knows that's what that's what we expect. So I didn't see that with those fixtures.
Well, as I have a similar comment, as it turns out, they are dark.
That's muted. This?
They are dark sky compliant, but the 1, 2, 3, 4,
If you want to mute the sound, it's just through your computer. So it would be on here. It's like the FM.
can everybody hear me, please?
Yes, John.
So it's so-called the artisan light.
It'll mute it. Oh, that's
It doesn't mute it here.
I can hear people that are talking about muted.
So John, what would draw number 4?
The artisan light is actually a halogen light. It's not it's an MR16. It's not a LED. Besides that, it's fine. So I looked to see if there was an alternative. I went out to the website, and I did not see one, a different bulbing. But I think that's just a matter of picking another fixture.
Right. We're happy to withdraw that and substitute over one of the other alternates that we've listed.
And besides that, I had no other comments in your drawings. I thought they looked fine. Did you have anything else?
Yeah, no, I thought it was a nice project.
So we didn't need 45 minutes. So I'm going to approve it with that light fixture to be substituted for something else. Okay?
Understood. Appreciated.
And do you get the sewer thing all worked out?
Yeah. We're,
Okay.
we're on final on that.
Okay, good. Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so item number C1.
I reviewed that.
Did anybody show up, please? Okay. So, did you have a chance to review this? And do you have any comments about it?
Thought well, I'll address the landscape. I thought from beginning to end that everything was very thorough and complete. It was a nice package of drawings. So I would approve it quite readily.
Okay, so let's look at I can't remember which site plan it is, if it's the landscape or the architects. Just go down slowly.
Was this the one that had the pool in the front yard originally?
Yeah,
So they redid the driveway and all that? Is that what I'm?
yeah.
Yeah, that's so much.
Okay, keep going. It's not that one. Keep going. Maybe back one. No. Keep going. Please. It may be the architect. They put the landscape first. It may be the architect's plan. Right there. No. No, next one. Keep going. Are you at the bottom?
No.
Yeah, keep going down.
Okay.
Next one, and it may be the previous one. Keep going. I think it's the next one.
I do have a question on the name of the title. Is that Rugod or is it Are You God? Which one is, what's that in reference to?
Right there. Back up. Okay, upper left-hand corner, you have that lighting shown with the big circles on this little tiny plan. Yes? Somebody there? Hello?
April, are you there?
Unmute yourself, please. Hello? You there?
Okay, so you're unmuted now, April. Can you, are you hearing us?
April, please? April?
Test.
Okay. How are you doing today?
Good. Sorry. I guess I don't know what's up with my headset, but sorry.
Okay, not a problem. So this is that little pool house, something or other, right?
Yes, that's the pool cabana.
And WL1 light fixture is a gas light fixture.
I'm sorry.
The orange circles or part circles, it shows WL1 light fixture.
Let me try and find out how to turn my speaker volume up. I'm so sorry I can't hear. Okay,
Can you hear me now?
just barely.
Okay, I'll speak up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so that WL light fixture is a gas light fixture. So I have two comments. This is a little side kind of building out there. I understand the lights at the end, the top and the bottom at the room in terms of lighting the floor, the entry.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand the ones on the either end of the building. Could you explain that, please?
I think that's just meeting general lighting around the garden area so that people can navigate their way around the building.
And I would normally have, and I think that you may be right, except I didn't see any pathways at that location. And I suspect that it would be better done by the landscape architect than by the architect.
Yeah.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, over the windows on the top and the bottom of this, that light fixture is mounted 12 feet above the ground, something 10 feet above the ground. It's a gas light fixture. You're required to have 1 foot candle minimum at the doors by the building code. I don't think you got it. So what I'm wondering if you would restudy this lighting right here and submit it for approval by the planner in consultation with the chair of the MBAR, and then we can get this worked out. Is that okay?
Since that's a building code item, can we defer that to the building permit process? That seems to be a better fit for this approval today.
Yeah, except the fact that if they're gonna, let's say they do require another fixture, then that would need us to review it. I'm wondering if we could do this offline before you get there and you actually sit down and figure out what's gonna comply, because I don't think it complies. I've been an architect for 40 years. I don't think it complies. And I think
Okay.
you need to pick another fixture is basically where I'm going with that. But I also think that all of the lighting on this particular building should be reconsidered.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, can we go back to the landscape architect's site plan, please? So I think it's up higher. They were first. Right there, back one. And next one up, maybe. Next one up, right there. There's a pergola sort of in the top left-hand side of that. And it says something like lighting for the pergola per architect, but it's not on the architects. And quite frankly, I think that some very nice lighting can be brought into this. I don't care who puts it on their drawings. It's not on the architect's drawings. And I'm wondering if you could restudy that too. Please.
What sheet is that?
PDF page 7, and it's L1.
Some nice pendant lighting.
Oh, there's all kinds of beautiful lighting.
Added to that plan is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, there's all, and that, the building we were just talking about is there on the left, and it's like, what walkways? You know, it's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And so I thought that the landscape architect could maybe grab onto that. So that's what I'm willing to approve. Would you be willing to accept that? Restudy okay? And then,
Sorry, can you go back to the previous item, the WL1 gas light fixtures? You were saying that would be approved offline with the planner. In what manner? What was the language you used?
well, in conjunction with the chair of the MBAR, which happens to be me. Okay? So your architect and landscape architect can reconsider these, submit it to the planner, who is
Okay.
Kylie.
Mhm.
She'll send it over to me, we'll chat about it, and then we'll figure out a way to get it approved.
Okay,
Okay? I'm trying to do, I could continue you to the next meeting. I don't want to do that.
sure. No, I
wanna-
appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to get this out of the way for you. Okay?
Okay, I appreciate that.
So we're gonna approve with MBAR chair, et cetera, and I'll figure out a motion for that in a few minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's C1, C2's okay. C3 is gonna get continued. 4 is okay. 5, okay. Item C5, 1128 Delzura Drive. Anybody, are you here for that, sir? Okay, very good.
What happened? I'm sorry, what happened to C4? Because I did.
C4,
It's a minor comment on that, but nothing.
there was that one light fixture that needs to be, that was, whatever in heck it's called, halogen, not LED. It met dark sky, but it didn't meet Title 24.
Okay. This was the project that we went to a site visit and the neighbors were concerned that this
Yep.
house blocked all the views and then they
Yep,
got there, it didn't seem to. About the only comment I had, and I thought the plans were nice, was I thought the sense of arrival of the front door was a little understated in how you got there, but that's kind of a thing. I think they could work in the field on another day, but so,
I think today's final, so that should have been done at
yep. So I agree, but I just, it was clear when I saw those plans. Because I mean, we basically were getting the whole set of things for this meeting, so. But I'm okay with what's there, so I
Okay.
approve it.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, item C5, now. 1128 Delzura, preliminary and final, so. Can't remember which one this was, it was minor. Oh, interior, yeah, can we go down on that? Yeah, I had no comments about this. Did you have any comments?
There was, and there was no landscape needed required on this project because there was no landscape plan?
There's no landscape required.
Oh, no.
Even though you're going out?
We're cutting into the hillside, but not adding anything. So if you see kind of that retaining wall, it's a low retaining wall. There's a slight hill coming down, so we're just cutting back into that. And so there's no added landscaping. We're just taking away.
Okay. You okay with that? Ken?
Yeah, and then the entry gates are the proper setback too,
Yes.
in terms of usually it's like they want 25 or 24 feet or 30 feet actually.
Yeah, I had the fire
Department-
department out there, and so they approved it, and Henry approved it.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with it too. You know, I didn't look at that light fixture that carefully. I know it's existing and proposed. Yeah, there's some fairly strict requirements for light fixtures. You may want to look at that just to make sure. I'm not going to put any kind of conditions on it, but when you're out there,
yeah, that one was a custom light fixture, and so I couldn't find any specs on it.
Okay.
But if we need to change it out for the proposed, I can certainly do that.
About the only thing that I could see that you might need to do is that the glass would need to be more opaque on it.
Right.
But
translucent, yeah, there's Santa Barbara Lighting Company apparently has their hands on that, so you might want to go over there and ask them about the glass that they use.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
But I'm okay with this. You're okay with that? We'll approve it as submitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item C5, 1128 Delzura Drive, please?
No request.
Okay, and we'll repeat that. It's a requirement of the Brown Act. We'll repeat that at the full board. Okay, thank you. Item C6, 775 Oak Creek Drive. Anybody?
we see the site. plan.
Dean, you're muted. Dean, you're muted. Can we just start? I didn't have any
Yeah.
comments about it.
Did you just do the site plan on that real quick, David?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Speak up a
Okay,
little
sorry
bit.
about that. Sorry about that. I'm on headphones here.
Yeah, that's okay. Keep- That's
yeah, I
the
think you-
existing site plan.
Oh, yeah.
And they're adding that.
I know what my comment was, but I would live with it as I thought that the portion of the existing steps they were keeping at the very top near the house. I mean, if they're going to the length of doing the whole bottom, that might have been better served to do the whole stepway, but
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think we're gonna try to do that. It's really a money thing, but I absolutely agree. Once you're into it, you might as well just go the full length and do it all the way. But
I think it would work better as a whole. I mean, we could approve
Agreed.
it with that as their condition, or just what's your suggestion, John?
Can we see a close-up of where it is, please?
They had like a 3D of it or something too.
I don't have any 3D modeling of this, but if you zoom into the site plan, you can kind of see those last two
It's the
approaches.
bottom part were done very nicely and organically, and then you got this kind of leftover, old slab
Right,
step in it, so it's not congruent with what you did down below.
yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're just looking at the fire truck plan now, so I think it shows in some of the other sheets.
Or just let it go?
Well, they're willing to pick, I mean, so yeah, I mean, you could approve it and then with the recommendation or suggestion that they do that and then leave it to themselves, if they want to do that.
Why don't you make that motion when it comes down?
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to approve it with a suggestion, but not a requirement, and then you can deal with it from that point on in the field.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And then item C7, 1705 Glen Oaks Drive.
I have some comments.
Item number 7, 1705 Glen Oaks Drive, please. Anybody? Ron?
Yes, hi, my name is Ron Mondalian. I'm the applicant.
Okay, excellent. So Rob, did you have any comments?
Yeah, from where you started and where you are now, I think you've folks have done a great job. It's gotten to be such a nicer project and really appreciate it. The only comment I had, and I like what you did with the trees, except to the northwest part of the pool, I believe it's the upper left part of the pool, you're showing 4 California sycamores.
Hang on a second. Let's go down to the landscape plan. Do you happen to know what page that is, Rob?
And so I called the planner and tried to give them a heads up that I would be making this comments. So they had a chance maybe to absorb it.
Okay, so is
now,
this
so.
the plan?
No, that's,
You've
One
got-
more, there. That's
yeah. So there's, so basically to the upper left part of the pool, there's a couple olive trees that flank the pool, but then there's 4 California sycamores. I would say those, of those 4 trees, I think you could leave one of those as a sycamore and then maybe change 3 of them, maybe closer to the street would be better, to a lower evergreen tree such as a Prunus lioni, Arbutus marina, something like that. My concern was when I went out to the site that that looking from the neighbors across your property in the mountains, that 4 racemoses will block their mountain views. So if you do 3 lower evergreen trees, that will more effectively screen your project in that area from the street, which was kind of our directive. And then, and still have kind of keep the flavor that you folks were after. So I think you've done a nice job with everything.
So Ron, are
Okay.
you willing to make that change?
yes, we are.
Okay, so yes,
I-
I'm sorry.
This is Ryan Rush, the landscape designer. I'm sorry, my screen froze, Robert, when you were making that observation. Can you recap that for me real quick?
Sure. You have like 4 California sycamores, which tend to be a very tall tree, and they don't have any screening down at the lower level. So there's 2 aspects of that. One is to get some screening at the lower level at the street to kind of give you some privacy from the street to your pool area. And then the other one, my concern was having 4 of those racemoses that they will block the mountain views of the neighbors to the south side. That I saw when I went out to the site, that was an issue. And so I think if you just change out 3 of those 4 trees to an evergreen tree like Arbutus marina or Prunus lioni, which doesn't get as tall, then I think it'll solve both issues.
Right.
And still,
so what corner of the pool are we talking about? The northeast
Yep.
or north?
yeah, the northwest, the upper left.
Okay.
Above
Gotcha.
the
So those
pool.
3. Yeah, got it.
And everything else you've done is really nice. So I appreciate everything you've done. So.
Are you okay with that, Ryan?
Yeah, that sounds fine. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm okay with the project besides that, so I'll have Rob make that motion when it is getting approved. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody? Okay, thank you very much. Item number C8.
Do they know that they just wait around for the final approval in about 15, 20 minutes?
No, but I don't think. Okay, Steve, I see you out there, 236 Miramar Avenue. So,
We have the architects online too, Annie Chu and Brian Kim,
right.
and Alyssa's here from Arcadia.
Oh, okay. It was Puck when it was online.
She's in Norway.
Did you have?
I did not have a chance to really fully review this till.
Okay, well,
Look at
I did get a chance and I'm good with it. So why don't we just go through the drawings? Not too quickly, but not too slowly, you know? Goldilocks.
That's right.
I remember this project, yeah.
Yeah,
This was not a nice project.
yeah. I agree.
Yeah, I'm fine. I
Okay.
had some comments before that were minor. I think everything is done quite well, so.
And I did too. So approved is submitted as far as I'm personally concerned.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, no.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was good that we had that whole time. You know? Right. I'd like to call the June 13th, 2024 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. This is the main agenda. First item on the agenda is public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on something that is not otherwise, that's not on our agenda today, please?
And if you're online, and like to speak, raise your hand and I'll call on you. Not seeing any hands.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2, agenda status report. We have 2 items, please, that are out.
Yes, we do have 2 requests for, we'll just say drops because neither item have indicated a return date. So that's item number 5 and 7 on today's agenda. So that would be 1410 North Jameson Lane and 1790 Glen Oaks Drive.
Do I have a motion to drop those 2 items, please?
I'll make the motion to drop item 5, 1410 North Jameson, and item 7, 1790 Glen Oaks Drive.
There a second, please? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Minutes of May 16th. Anybody have any comments, please? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, so on the cover page, our new member Stacy is not included on committee members present. So we should get that, although she did vote all throughout the agenda. And then on item number 1, this was the project that Chris Dentzel, the little project down at the bottom of his property. And I did make a comment, number 3, utilize roofing materials with a matte finish, but he corrected me that said we're already using that. So I think we can strike number 3. I don't think it is relevant to his project. And
You're saying he's matching existing?
no, he's using a Core 10 steel.
Oh, it was rust.
Yeah, so it's
Weathered.
already matte
It's
and,
rough,
yeah. So. And anybody else, please?
Yes, you spelled my name wrong on C2.
Oh, geez, can't have that.
Just wanted to be accurate twice, maybe 3 times.
Okay.
C1 also.
So is there anybody that, I'd like to make a motion for approval as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. I abstain on item number 6. That's the Westmont property. Okay. Members informational briefing. Anyone go anywhere, do anything, please? Staff update. Kimberly, Dave, anybody? David? Kimberly?
Nothing for me, thank you.
I don't have anything.
Montecito consent item. We spent almost 45 minutes. Okay, item number, so we're gonna do each one of these. Item number C1, 1730 Glen Oaks Drive. This is on for final. I'd like to make a motion for approval with the applicant to review with the planner in consultation with the MBAR chair, the lighting on the pool house and the pergola. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, item number 2, 935 Mariposa Lane. Dave, you're not voting on this. This is on for final. And they, if you remember last time, they had a significant amount of site lighting there. They reduced that significantly. And they also had details that weren't really fully up to snuff, and they are now. So I'd like to make a motion for approval as submitted. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
I also have to abstain on that.
Yeah,
Rios, 'cause that was the
1,
previous
2, 3, 4. Okay, so we're good. Item number C3, this is 77 Olive Mill. This is the duplex down by the freeway, just across the bridge towards the ocean. And they were actually bringing it in not for final, but to have us review the driveway without the oak tree. And they had 4 mitigation oaks. We thought it was fine. And so I'd like to make a motion to continue item C3, 77 Olive Mill Road, for them to complete the drawings. Okay? Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye. Item number C4, 618 Hot Springs Road. This was a project that Daryl Becker brought in. Was the one where we visited the neighbors and looked out over and things like that, if you all remember. And both Rob and I thought that it was a good project, except one of their light fixtures, while it was dark sky compliant, was not Title 24 compliant. So we'd like to make approval, a motion for approval with the applicant to restudy the artisan light fixture. Is there a second? Any further discussion?
So just to clarify, it had not an LED.
It didn't
No.
have an LED, it had a halogen. I actually went out to the website. They don't have a halogen LED alternative.
Okay, that's all.
I mean, it's a beautiful light fixture. It just didn't meet the law, so.
Mr. Chair, the motion was for final approval.
Yes, thank you.
Getting fixture. Thank you.
Okay, so did we vote on that? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item C5, this is on for both preliminary and final. Both of us felt that it was okay, and because it's on for preliminary, I'd like to ask if there's anybody attending this meeting either virtually or in person, if they'd like to address the board on item C5, 1128 Delzura Drive, please.
No requests.
I'd like to make a motion for approval of item C5, 1128 Delzura as submitted. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item C6. This was a project 775 Oak Grove Lane, and Rob had a comment or two, so we agreed that he would make this motion.
So I approve the project as submitted, and we were willing to make it as this comment as a suggestion, and that was
With a recommendation
Recommendation.
that
that the existing stone steps up adjacent to the house be redone and to be replaced in conjunction with the lower portion of the new stone steps.
I will second that motion. Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. Item C7, again, Rob's going to make the motion. This is 1705 Glen Oaks Drive.
And the basis of this is that there was basically there's 4 proposed California sycamores up near the street, and my concern is that they don't provide adequate screening from the road and the pool, and that they may block the neighbors' mountain views across the street. So the motion is that we approve the project as submitted, and with the with the condition that they replace 3 of the 4 California sycamores to be replace 3 of the 4 California sycamores to be a lower evergreen screen tree, such as an Arbutus marina or Prunus lyonii, or a similar tree of the applicant's choosing.
And I will second that. Is there any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye.
One recusal.
I'm recusing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Item CA, this was a project 236.
Sorry, what happened with C7? This is Yuri. I'm the owner. I'm here. You guys are breaking up a little bit.
Okay, we just approved your project as we discussed at the consent calendar. I think we're asking that 3 trees be replaced from one species to another.
And yes, I responded that we are completely okay with that. I believe my arborist had already connected and had rectified to whatever you guys wished to do. And we replaced the trees per your suggestions.
And we have just approved your project with that. So thank you very much. Nice project.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
Okay, very good. Item CA, 236 Miramar Avenue. And we recommend approval as submitted. Is there a second, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed. Okay, discussion, item number 1. So, Karina? Is that who you are?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Ms. Martin, good afternoon, everyone. Just going to give David a moment to pull up the.
Is she loud enough? Be bold.
Can you hear me okay?
Now, yes, thanks.
Thank you. Again, Karina Venegas Martin, with the Long Range Planning Division. Good afternoon. Just going to give David a moment to pull everything up for me.
Oh, Rob, you made it too. So Kimberly, we now have Tip and Rob Burt here.
Thank you very much.
All right, so today I'm going to be presenting proposed objective design standards for Senate Bill 9 and the county's telecom ordinance. And these proposed objective standards are intended to strike a balance between the state mandated type of development, such as, ADUs, while still preserving community and neighborhood character. And staff is open to comments, suggested modifications on any of these standards. We just ask that we wait to discuss those at the end of the presentation. I'm going to briefly give an overview of each project, and I'll go into detail, in later slides. But Senate Bill 9 became effective on January 1st of 2022. And essentially, it streamlines the process for a homeowner to construct up to 2 primary dwelling units, as well as subdivide an existing single-family dwelling lot. And key provisions of the law allow a local agency to apply objective development standards so long as they would not preclude the construction of up to 2 primary dwelling units of at least 800 square feet in size. Another similar effort occurred last year with the multifamily objective design standards, which also resulted from state law and were also drafted and adopted with input from the BAR. And we used some of those standards for SB 9, but we appropriately scaled them down so that they would apply to single-family type of development. Now, with telecom under the FCC's 2018 small cell order, local jurisdictions may exercise local oversight of issues relating to aesthetics, undergrounding, and minimum spacing requirements of small wireless facilities, provided those requirements are reasonable and also technically feasible and no more burdensome than those applied to other types of infrastructure development. And staff also used the city of Santa Barbara as, an example, or kind of followed a similar approach as they were also developing their objective standards. So SB 9 allows up to 2 attached or detached primary units in a single family zone, the subdivision of a parcel in a single family zone into 2 parcels or both. And Senate Bill 9 facilitates the creation of up to 4 housing units in a lot area that is typically used for a single family home. And these projects must be considered ministerially without any discretionary review or a hearing, which would mean that these projects would not be reviewed by the BAR. Listed on this slide are the single-family residential zones that would qualify, but they would need to be a legal parcel located wholly within an urbanized area or urban cluster as designated by the U.S. Census. Also, ADUs can be combined with primary units, but they would count towards the total maximum unit amount. Next slide. And as you can see from this image on this slide, there are various configurations that could occur depending on, for example, if you split a lot, jurisdictions must allow 2 units on each resulting lot. So the primary ADU and or junior ADU would all count towards the 2-unit limit. If no lot split occurs, then the lot would be eligible to have up to 4 units, and that could look like 2 primary units, an ADU, and a junior ADU. And here's an overview of the standards I'm going to go over more in detail. But again, these standards cannot physically preclude the development of up to 2 primary units of at least 800 square feet. And similar to ADUs, state law dictates a minimum 4-foot side and rear setback, but these units would still be subject to standard front setbacks. And the standards that are marked with the blue asterisk were taken from the multi-unit project and then again scaled to apply to single-family development. For the maximum unit size allowed, staff proposes to use a 0.2 floor area ratio, or FAR, that would allow a minimum of 800 square feet, which is state law, and then a maximum unit size of 2,000 square feet. So on the left-hand side of the table, we indicated a lot area range and then provided a maximum unit size using that 0.2 FAR. And then for projects with 2 primary units, whether it be existing and or proposed, they would be subject to a combined FAR of 0.4. Additionally, we propose to allow up to 500 square feet for an attached garage or carport with standard setbacks and then also same architectural design. And we also included an allowance of 20% of the floor area for the new unit to have an attached architectural feature, such as a covered patio, covered deck, or something similar. And this is an approach that we actually took from the ADUs and carried over. For height limits, staff tried to find an appropriate height limit that would provide for reasonable development while still protecting neighborhood compatibility. And we propose for new attached dwelling units to not exceed the height of any existing primary dwelling unit on the parcel, or 25 feet and a maximum of 2 stories, whichever is greater. For new detached dwelling units, they shall not exceed a height of 25 feet and a maximum, again, of 2 stories. And all of these new dwellings, whether they be attached or detached, would still need to comply with all other applicable height regulations, such as ridgeline, hillside guidelines, and height limits in Summerlin. A question that we do have is whether or not we should continue to allow an additional 3 feet for pitched roofs. For building design, additions or new attached units will need to be designed and constructed to match architectural style, colors, exterior building materials, and finishes. And this could include siding, windows, doors, roofing, light fixtures, hardware, railings. And all sides of the buildings shall be articulated with common details, materials, and elements. Building facades that are greater than 30 feet in length shall include architectural elements such as a front porch, balconies, upper story setbacks, projections, recessions. And that can include also stoops, bay windows, overhangs, or a trellis. Next slide. We propose incorporating recessed door and window openings and a minimum of 6 inches for garage doors. All entrances shall have either a projected sheltering element or be recessed from the main facade. The projection or recess shall have a minimum depth of 24 inches. And windows shall either be recessed at least 3 inches from the plane of the surrounding exterior wall or shall have a trim or window sill of at least 1/2 inch in depth. The exterior of the primary wall could include materials such as wood, composite wood, stone, stone veneer, granite, stucco. However, exposed plywood or glass curtains are prohibited. The building must include at least 2 paint colors, one for the main wall color and another for architectural trim pieces, such as siding material. Window frame materials and colors shall be used on all elevations. And transitions between colors or materials shall occur at inside corners of intersecting walls or architectural features. Garages shall feature at least windows, panel door surfaces, 2 different colors or alternative materials, finishes, and treatments. There shall be at least 2 roof forms, primary and secondary. Shiny roofing and siding materials or glossy metallic finish are prohibited. And the proposed light reflective value percentage shall be below 0.84 with a matte finish. Garage conversion shall replace the garage door opening with exterior wall coverings or residential windows and doors to match the existing exterior garage or residence. To protect privacy, staff proposes to implement privacy standards for primary dwelling units that are either 2 stories tall or greater than 16 feet in building height. So for example, any upper story unenclosed landings, decks, balconies that are greater than 20 square feet that face or overlook an adjoining property shall be located a minimum of 10 feet from the side and rear lot lines and interior lot lines, unless landscape screening with a 6-foot minimum height is provided along the perimeter areas visible from the landing, deck, or balcony. And upper story windows located within 15 feet of a side or rear lot line that face and overlook an adjoining property shall be installed a minimum of 48 inches above finished floor to protect privacy. And that's actually something that we would request some additional feedback. Private open space shall be provided for each residential unit at a ratio of at least 300 square feet for units that have at least 2 bedrooms or less. Each bedroom in excess of 2 shall require 100 square feet per additional bedroom. And the open space must be directly accessible to the dwelling that it serves. The required front yard setback area should not be used to satisfy this open space requirement. However, the side and rear setbacks may be utilized. Balconies, patios, decks, and unenclosed porches may also be used towards this open space requirement. And the minimum width shall not be less than 10 feet. And that wraps up Senate Bill 9. Are there any questions or comments? And then we'll jump into telecom afterwards.
Before we get started, I see a number of people in the audience. Are you here for this item? And do you want to address the board, please? Anybody? Okay, very good. So members of the board, let's just go down the line. Robert, do you have questions or comments? Let's start with questions. Let's do it the normal way. Questions? Robert?
Well, this is at odds with the Montecito FARs. How does this affect our FAR rules? And, you know, the increased density, is it going to make larger, more dense areas on single-family lots?
Well, this is questions, so please answer it as we ask them.
Yeah, I can do that. I would have to look specifically into Montecito's FAR to kind of compare what this new approach that we're proposing would look like. But I think, yes, the intent is to increase housing, so that would be affordable housing. And it would increase density because you're adding a new residential unit, whether that be a second primary unit or an ADU and a junior ADU. But I will look into that further and we can provide some more clarification on how that would look in comparison to Montecito's FAR.
Okay, no more questions.
Tip, questions?
Has this gone into effect yet?
It has. The bill went into effect January 1st of 2022, but we currently do not have an ordinance. But someone from the public could come in and apply for an SB unit, SB 9 unit.
So it seemed to me like the smallest allowable lot size is 4,000 square feet.
Oh, 800.
No, lot size. Am I right?
It would be up to 4,000 square feet, but the minimum unit size would be 800 square feet. Yeah, so if you're looking at this, we can't restrict, we can't preclude development of up to 800 square feet.
Yeah, but the lot size is 4,000 square feet minimum.
Could be.
And
It
is
would
it,
depend.
is the approval through planning?
The approval would be planning. It would be a ministerial type of permit. So it'd be reviewed ministerially at a staff level. Lot size would have to factor in a lot of other, there's a lot of other things that would still be factored in. So it wouldn't necessarily be just solely a 4,000 square foot.
So let's say if you have an acre, can you just block off 5,000 square feet and planning approve it at the lot?
Are you speaking specifically
Like,
about a lot split or
yeah,
just a
lot
unit?
split, because you're allowed to do, lot split. So
Yes.
let's say you have a 1 acre site and someone just block off 5,000 square feet of 1 acre and
So,
call a lot. Can the county turn it down?
so let me just, give me one moment. So with state law, there is a minimum, can't have it would be a 60-40 split for the lots.
Or had to be a certain ratio?
Yes, it would have to meet a certain ratio and the resulting lots would have to be about 1,200 square feet each.
So, but, is approval is guarantee or it can be denied?
No, it can only be denied if there is written findings that there would be adverse impacts that can't be mitigated, and that would be done through the building official. So it's not a guarantee. Each lot or each parcel would have to meet certain requirements first, and if they do, it would have to go through a review process that is still ministerial. However, if there are things that come up that show that this parcel or this project would create some adverse impacts that cannot be mitigated, then it could be denied. So there is a process.
So let me ask you a question, so first we came up with the ADU a couple years ago to help with the housing shortage. Did it do anything to Montecito at all? That you know of? Did it help any housing shortage or it's not doing anything?
I'm not as familiar with ADUs in Montecito, so I would say that it did provide additional housing units over time that it became adopted. However, I don't know exactly how affordable those units in the end ended up being.
Yeah, so obviously, this law has been drafted and approved by, once again, the state.
Is this the question coming here,
Yeah,
please?
the question, I have no idea about anything. And so we have to do it. That's what's really coming down to.
It is state mandated, yes. So whether or not we adopt an ordinance and propose objective standards, then we really don't have much discretion. So we have limited discretion, and what we're trying to do is create development standards that are within our control and we're okay with, or we find acceptable. Otherwise, it would be state mandated.
Thank you.
No, question.
Yeah, I didn't see anything about parking. Is there additional parking required? Did you have something in there that I missed?
Yes, that's a great question. So parking is one space per unit, similar to AD, and that would be off-site or off-street, off-street parking. However, similar to ADUs, if there's a unit that is half a mile from a high-quality transit corridor, then no parking is required.
Is covered parking required or not? Uncovered?
I believe it's uncovered, yes.
And then the building height requirement there, you talked about it can't be taller than any other building. So if you have a single-story property, you can't build an ADU that's taller than that single story.
So for the building height, it would be whichever is greater. So you can get up to 25 feet and 2 stories. If the existing home is only 1 story, yeah, you can still go up to 2.
You could still go to 2 stories. And then the other question that I run into often is usually we're seeing ADUs on top of garages. Is the measurement of the ADU from the underside of the floor framing of that ADU, or is it from the garage floor? So if you have a 10-foot tall garage and you put an ADU that's 16 feet.
Mhm.
You're 26 feet, you're above the 25.
Yeah,
Where do you measure, is it still measuring the same way you've always measured it?
yes,
So underside of the structure of the ADU, not the garage.
yes, underside, yes.
And then last question is, I've run into this before. When you do an ADU and it's in front of the existing home, there's a limit to the square footage of 800. Is that still standing?
For ADUs
Yeah.
specific,
So if you
We
have
don't
a,
care about ADUs, we care about SB9. So the question is, would it also be true for SB9?
to be in the front yard setback? Is that what you're
If it's
referring?
in front of the primary unit, would it be restricted to 800 square feet maximum, like, exactly like the ADU?
No, it's a little bit different. We have less discretion now with ADUs. So for example, with new state law, ADUs now allow a unit to be in the front yard setback as long as it's not precluding an 800 square foot ADU. This one's a little different, so we would still have a front yard setback that would apply to an SB9 unit. We still can't preclude construction of up to 800 square feet, but instead, state law requires 4-foot side and rear setbacks. So they would have to be able to build it outside of that front yard setback.
You got it.
ADUs and SB9.
I'm not sure either. We can ask her. to come
Okay,
back and
well,
explain that. to
talk,
us.
yeah,
We can ask her. to-
okay, okay, all right.
Are you
That's
done?
it, yeah. thank you.
Rob, questions, please.
So the genesis of this is to get more affordable housing.
Yes.
And then, so what and I'm not, I've heard of this ordinance, I'm not too familiar with it. Is it basically so these units can be kind of proposed? I mean, is zoning come into play where these, or do these units, can this be proposed in the middle of Montecito somewhere between some, you know, in the midst of some really high-end expensive homes? Suddenly there's this little affordable kind of cluster. I'm getting a yes from somebody on the other side. Is that the reality of this?
In some sense, yes. So we are restricted to specific zones. David, do you mind going to slide 3?
It's
So it
all
has-
throughout Montecito with some very, very rare exceptions on this map.
Yes, so these would be the residential zones that could be eligible. But again, each parcel would have to meet certain requirements. So for example, if there is an application that comes in, it's located in the RR, for example. If it meets all the requirements, it's not, let me just pull up the list. So another thing to consider is parcel would need to also not be on, well, it can be on prime agricultural land, it can be on a wetland, it can be on, located in high or very high fire severity hazard zones, floodplain, floodway. There's a list of different locations, but a parcel would still have to mitigate that and show that, you know, they wouldn't be creating adverse impacts. I know that's not quite in the same area that you're kind of referring to, but yes, a application can come in as long as they meet all of these requirements, they can have an SB9.
So that
project.
kind of negates the effectiveness or the use of this board, basically, for,
No, it
Not
eliminates this
necess-
board.
it eliminates this board. Yeah.
Well, each project wouldn't necessarily have to be reviewed, well, would not be reviewed. Discretionary, it would be ministerial. However, right now, we're trying to come up with standards that can help, at least as far as design. So that way we can find a balance between this type of state mandated development, but also preserving the things that are important to the community as far as character and neighborhood compatibility.
Seems far removed from that. Has this been implemented in anywhere of a across the state and some somewhere else in the state in some well-to-do or upper neighborhoods where, and is it, I would assume there's all kinds of lawsuits and pushback, and
Yeah, I would say SB9 is very popular.
it's very popular, not very popular, or is very popular?
It is, I think it's a very popular type of project or state mandated type of project. They are implemented throughout the state already. It's been an ongoing, similar to
Success-
ADUs.
Successfully, I mean, you have some, multi-million dollar homes next to kind of a little affordable cluster is what you're
I don't
saying.
have specific examples I can give. I can provide after. But it has been implemented throughout the state in larger counties, for example, LA, Santa Cruz, San Francisco, throughout all those jurisdictions.
I'd like to see how successful that's been. Okay, those are my questions for now.
Casey, questions, please.
Are there any visibility standards associated with the SBUs in terms of protecting view sheds and neighbor views and impact?
There are some, as far as, I just want to make sure I go through what is included in the state law.
For instance, if you have an ocean view and somebody can now build a 25-foot unit in front of that, if they meet the rest of the standards, is that allowable?
I think to some degree, yes. I will also note that the Coastal Act still applies to these projects. So anything that would be subject to the Coastal Act would still need to be reviewed in that sense. But as far as maybe projects that are outside of the Coastal Act, there's very limited discretion that we have as far as a view shed. We would have to find another adverse impact that would essentially deny the project, but that would be very difficult.
Would neighbors have any impact? For instance, if you're building a 25-foot, two-story, 4 feet from a property line, side yard, and the adjacent neighbors another like 10 feet away, is there anything protecting them from the visual impact of a new home that close in siting?
Not quite, and that's why we are proposing privacy standards to help kind of alleviate that. However, there's nothing really that we're able to, with state law, they're kind of taking some of that discretion away from us. So we're very limited in what we can include as part of those development standards. But one is the privacy that we're proposing.
What is the privacy standard?
Let's go back to
10 feet from the side yard, that's it.
4 feet.
No. If you can look in, it's 10.
Yeah, and then also, so on this slide, so for 2 stories or primary dwelling unit, it's greater than 16 feet in building height. We have some upper story unenclosed landings, balconies that shall be a minimum of 10 feet from the side, rear, and interior lot lines.
Dave, please, questions?
Yeah, does this basically circumvent the board with this? Somebody has a vacant lot, can they develop that lot without coming to MBAR?
If they are using or if it's subject to SB9 and that's the route that they're going, they are not required to come to the BAR, but they can voluntarily come if they want, additional feedback, but no, they're not required.
So what triggers SB9 having a 2 residences or a residence and a ADU? Any of those conditions, basically?
Well, if they meet all of the requirements, they're in those residential zones. They're proposing to construct up to an 800 square foot minimum additional unit, or they're deciding to lot split. And as long as they meet the SB9 requirements, they're not required to come because it is mandated to be a ministerial review. If they want to not necessarily meet all of those requirements, or maybe their project wants to be a little bit bigger, or they have another direction they want to take, then yes, they would be subject to the BAR's review. So similar to ADUs, as long as they meet those requirements, it would be kind of a similar pathway.
And there's no distinction between lots that are designated rural or urban in Montecito. It applies to all of them.
Well, these zones, so they would still need to be located. It would still need to be a legal parcel that's wholly within an urbanized area or urban cluster. So it would have to still be within that designation. And we did provide a map that shows, and we could take a look at it. Correct. So it would meet those residential zones that are within the census designated urban area or urban cluster.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yes, they can. So we have not, well, with our draft standards, we have a standard included. However, it would be determined by the PC to make that recommendation along with the board. But it's not required by the state. We have discretion. No, cannot be required. Well, if it's in our ordinance and we choose to include it, yes, it would be required. Yes. Yes, yeah. We could include one. We can look into that further.
It is characteristic of Montecito to have a perimeter hedge,
Okay.
so it could be added.
I will clarify that after the meeting, but yes, I believe that is something that we could.
It is possible to have a maximum of 800 square feet for all projects under SB 9. Is that correct?
I believe we can include a maximum unit.
Not a 0.2 times lot.
Oh, you mean the FAR?
Not that, but a maximum of 800. Period. Yes or no, please?
I will have to clarify. We'll have to review state law to double check that is something that we can
Okay,
impose.
and
I
is
believe-
there a maximum allowable height in state law? Or are you, the planning department, bringing that to the table, please?
We would be bringing that to the table.
So we could say 16 feet.
Yes, we could.
If we wanted to, we could say that.
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We do have at least one person that wants to comment. So online, please identify yourself. You have 3 minutes, please.
Mr. Fort.
Yeah, hi, Steve Fort with Sets Land Use Consulting. First, Karina, would you please work with David to upload your presentation to the MBAR website, please? And
Your
then-
time's going, Steve. Once you get to your comments, we'll
Okay.
work on that.
Yep, great. Just real quick, and I don't necessarily need an answer. I just wanted to, is there the ability to, and perhaps work into the ordinance as it gets worked out, some possible relief for existing structures? I know that there's certain lot size for the lot split component of SB 9. There are certain lot size standards. They have to be a certain percentage of each other. But I'm just wondering if there are any sort of relief you could consider about existing structures that might be used for that second unit. Say someone has a barn they're going to convert, or a guest house to be that second unit. Just consider some potential relief for existing structures with regard to the objective design standards. Thanks, that was it.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else, please? Okay, if people haven't already noticed, we have a long agenda, and I am in the pushing slightly mode right now. Pushing slightly mode. Comments, Robert, excuse me, I'm sorry, Robert. Comments.
Well, the ADUs were a problem or are a problem because we can't review them. But this has become wild, wild west, and upzoning or in other words, lot splits, are going in the exact reverse of what Montecito has done. And since these are objective standards, not subjective, this board will not be able to review these projects. And I'm highly concerned about the character and the history and the charm and the neighbors of Montecito. So I don't know what to do. I mean, this is not good. You can also put ADUs in addition to doing these lot splits. I mean,
That it, Robert?
yeah, I'm
Yep.
troubled.
Comments, please.
You know, I'm not sure why we're making comments on this topic because it's almost like, what the point? You know, it's after the fact. This is zoning that um, modification that apply to the whole state, California. It doesn't matter if you live in Eureka or you live in Malibu by the beach. And obviously, I find that very troubling, and it's just, you know, the whole thing is fueled by a liberal agenda, try to help people. You're not helping anyone. It's making more expensive when they have an ADU. All I did is that everyone in Montecito suddenly got to build bigger homes. And now, you know, it's just a way of people try to split off the lots and try to make some additional money on something that had already been too expensive. So I'm not even sure why we go in front of us anyway. Our comment doesn't do anything, you know, just a waste of time. That's my opinion.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of lot splitting and then adding more structures, which means more people, which means more infrastructure needs and fire department, police and services and all of that, is a little disturbing that you can impact such an area, you know, rather quickly, I would imagine, if people do this. I haven't seen people lot splitting as of yet. If I'm understanding the ordinance here, SB 9. So I think it seems like it needs to get a little further depth and maybe look at areas that maybe have taken it a little step further to see how they've done it and how well it's working and if it's successful or not, and if it's actually providing housing for people. In fact, because I think most of the people in Montecito are probably not going to be renting out little houses on their property, maybe to be for family, and there I can see some value in that for elder care or from children of the family, that kind of thing. I think we just have to be cautious about what we're doing. So that's all. Thank you.
Rob, comments, please.
I agree with the comments of the fellow board members. I kind of wonder whether the folks that kind of propose this ordinance live in areas where they're subject to what this ordinance does. It seems kind of you know, a stick in the eye kind of approach. It doesn't, it seems like it's not at all productive in terms of, I mean, I understand what the goal is, but it seems like it's creating chaos in the way land use and neighborhoods are going to develop, and is going to just deconstruct some of the neighborhoods and the reasons why people want to live them. And it's just, I just don't understand, you know, the thinking overall. It's unfortunate in my mind. So. thank you.
Stacy,
Hey,
comments,
John, this
please.
is Alex. Can I just make a comment? And I'm sorry, I'm joining late.
Yeah, quickly, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
So obviously, people have concerns about Senate Bill 9, and there's nothing we can do about that as far as the merits of whether it's appropriate or not. But I think what we're really looking for is, do you have any input on the design standards that are being proposed? You know, that's kind of what we're hoping to gain from this briefing right here is not whether we should do Senate Bill 9 or not. We really have no option there, but
whether the design standards that are being proposed are appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Stacy, comment. Thanks, Alex. Stacy, please.
I agree with John Watson's list that he made of design standards as a starting point, but I think the most important one is the affordability aspect, because every ADU that has been built in Montecito that I know of to date, none of them are affordable or rented units, pretty much kept in the family or studios or just additional space for other people, for themselves. They're not rented. And I think without an affordability standard set as a requirement, that the system, the way that it's set up, is just going to be abused and just used surreptitiously to get around design review, to continue to expand beyond a lot limit and then affect the character of the community.
Dave, comments, please.
Well, it's a difficult problem, and my understanding is planning staff is going to enforce these design standards that you're proposing. The design standards seem like a Band-Aid approach to me, but I think it's because you're limited. But I think they're going to be hard to enforce and really aren't going to make a significant difference. So it's hard for me even to comment on those. They're pretty general, and having a primary roof and a secondary roof, or having 3-inch recess for a window, it might help some, but I think it's going to be a real challenge. I'm going to have to look at this more and really think about it to make more meaningful comments.
I agree with Stacy. I think that state law believes one thing, but they don't really understand how to create affordable housing, which apparently is the deal. And therefore, if we as a community are permitted to require that these be affordable, I think we ought to do that for two reasons. Number one, it means that people won't build them if they're not for their own private use, or they will actually provide affordable housing, which I think everybody in the community thinks we need. Now, if I knew that I was going to have a 30% of mean income living next door to me, I would have a very strong second on my property. I would have a strong reason to reconsider rather than abuse it. As Stacy said, I would actually want to go on out and consider whether or not I want to use this loophole. So I think without a question, for two reasons, socially, and also from land use from Montecito point of view, we should recommend as a board that all of these units, every single one of them, have an affordability requirement placed on them. Number two, one of the characteristics, and this is low and moderate per the standard, definitions that are floating around out there, right? If we are permitted to have a maximum only, we should not permit larger than 800 square foot maximum if we want to not seriously impact this community. And if that's the minimum that's required in the state law, I think it should be the maximum that we have in the greater Montecito area. Again, you can have plenty of nice things going on, but an affordable 800 square foot unit should not affect our community too much. It will, particularly in the smaller lot areas, but it shouldn't be too bad. Number three, if we can get perimeter hedging, perimeter hedging does a heck of a lot to cover up bad design. I hate to bring it up that way, but I have been on too many properties in Montecito that once you get inside the hedges, they don't look that good, but outside it's still Montecito. So I think we should require in Montecito a perimeter hedge of at least 6 feet high after 2 or 3 years of growth. The landscape architects can help us figure out what sizes, et cetera. And the last thing is Karina, is that your name? You said that you were unclear about the minimum height that's state law requires be available for these units. I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I think that we should have that minimum height be the maximum height in our community. I think that that will take away the problems of you're blocking my view, you're looking at my daughter swimming, taking a sun bath at the pool, all of those comments that we hear from time to time. So that's what my recommendation is. Rather than have this be a plum where every developer who doesn't care about the neighborhoods can grab to make money and then leave, we should make this something that is if we're going to be required to have it, we should make it so that it fits into the community as much as possible. I don't know, do other members of the board agree with me on that, or am I one out on that? Okay, so I think that that's unanimous. And
John,
do you
hey,
want?
John, oh,
Yes,
sorry.
Alex, please.
On the height issue, so my
Yes, please.
understanding, unlike ADUs, is there's no height limit or maximum, minimum under state law. So we do have discretion there, so long as whatever standard we apply does not preclude the 800 square foot development. So
We have a detached accessory unit thingy, just match it.
match
You
the
know, I think
detached,
it's
so
16
that'd be
feet.
16 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we should just match it. I don't see any reason to make this worse in that case than the detached. But my personal feeling is, I've lived here for 30 years. I'm not here, but in Montecito, and I love Montecito. And I don't want to see it ruined by people that think they have an idea about how to have more affordable housing that, at least in my opinion, has failed at every step. RSUs, ADUs, things of that nature. It's just failed. Even these very tall developments in downtown Santa Barbara, those are not being rented at affordable rates. So I think an affordability requirement will go a long way to do that, as well as the others. Any last comments from people before we move on? Yes, please.
One comment, in regards to the lot split, the owner, so there is an owner occupancy requirement. So if there is a lot split, the owner will be required to live in one of those units for a minimum of 3 years. And that's to help, alleviate some of that, those issues where large companies come and purchase big lots, and it's solely for the homeowner to live at that unit if they lot split. So that was just one thing I wanted to add in regards to the lot split.
Okay, so this board, through the spokesman of me, has made recommendations. What's happening with those recommendations? Is this going to Montecito planning? Are you guys going to come back? What are you going to do? Alex, Karina, whatever, please?
So we were going to be taking these recommendations, this feedback. We're going to continue to add on to our design standards. We're taking this as feedback and input, and we plan to go to all the PC. So that would be Montecito as well as
All the
county.
BARs.
We are also going to all BARs. Yes.
Very good. Anything?
Can I ask one more thing? So on the affordability thing, it would only be 3 years? And then they
No.
could just flip it?
No, so that would be specifically for the owner occupancy requirement. If there's an affordability restriction, that would stay with the unit.
It
That's
can be-
separate.
How long?
As long as specified in the law.
Or we
Most of
can,
our affordability requirements in other situations are like 55 years, 45 to 55 years or longer in some cases.
And who determines what's affordable and what's not?
There's some standards that are floating around out there. Certain percentage of the mean income is low, certain percentage of the median, so it's, do you have those as standards by any chance?
Well, the county would have discretion as to if they wanted to propose an affordability requirement, a certain percentage of average median income that would be necessary to
out there.
qualify.
Would it be standard per this county? Or would it be standard for just Montecito proper?
That's up to the Board of Supervisors.
I think it has to be county.
That's up to the Board of Supervisors. And my recommendation would do this throughout the entire county. The entire county needs affordable housing. And if nowhere else, up in District 5 and District 4 needs affordable housing. So, okay, anything else we do need to move on, please? Thank you very much.
So
Thank you,
we do
Alex.
have the second part of her presentation.
What?
That's only the first part.
Oh.
All right, hopefully we can get through this one a little bit faster. So with the small wireless facility projects, they would also need to meet objective design standards that would be exempt.
Next. Hey, guys, you want to do this next meeting? Do you mind coming back? We love seeing you.
Yes, so we can return.
Yeah,
That way we can
Just for
spend a little
that
bit
one,
more
and
time.
maybe you can answer a few questions from this one.
Sure, yeah,
So first item, next agenda.
27th.
Yeah.
27th. Okay, yes.
Okay, thanks so
We'll-
much.
We'll schedule.
Alex, maybe we can see you too.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks, buddy. Okay, thank you, everybody. Item number 2, 1920 Sycamore Canyon Road. Justin, are you here or somebody else, please?
Yeah, we're here, representatives of Igor.
Okay. This is the first time we've seen you, so please go ahead. I do not want to be a bad guy, but we are trying to keep this meeting moving. So if you could make a clear, concise, and complete presentation, all of us would appreciate it. Thank you.
Olivia, are you presenting or should I go ahead and go through it? Seeing Olivia is not here.
You should be making the presentation, not your planner.
Great, thank you very much. So this is an existing residence. Next to that residence, we have a open to the air parking space with a retaining wall that supports the adjacent grade. We are wanting to enclose this open parking space with a deck to match the deck height and railing. If you could go to the next slide, please. You can see there in the middle photo, detail 3, that's our open to the air parking space. We need to replace that retaining wall. We are doing so, as well as making it load bearing to support new decking that's going to come across the top of it. And then above that will be an open air trellis system consisting of 2x8 trellis to support a future solar array. Next slide. That's the dimensions of our carport, approximately 23 by 12. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide. Go ahead, one more, please. Okay, a couple of exterior elevations with the detail A on the bottom. That is looking at the front of the house. On the right-hand side is our proposal. Basically, we're just extending that existing balcony that's on the front across to the right, approximately 13 feet. We're doing an open air trellis above it, like I mentioned, with a future flat panel solar array on top. Existing residence is hidden from most neighboring properties. It's up a bit of a driveway. You can see if you go back to page 2 of 9. I did want to explain to the board quickly, page 2 of 9. Detail 1. Those are just our site exhibit photos. It shows Sycamore Canyon Road, shows the driveway coming up, and then the angles of the photos. The balcony railing will match existing. The exterior materials, the decking will match existing. The wood framing will be the heavy timber post 6x6 with exposed 2x8 trellis framing. I think that might cover design comments.
Questions, Dave?
How close is the residence adjacent to the side you're adding on to?
To property line? Or
Yes, well, just
yeah, if
where
you
is it
zoom
in
in a little
relation
bit
to your
on there,
proposed
you can see
project?
that we're 12 feet to structural post, 10 feet to our eave overhang of the trellis.
I'm actually asking about the neighbor.
Oh, okay, I would have to go to
Okay.
a site plan.
Okay, well, they're gonna find it on Google Earth. The second question is the landscape screening that's showing in the photographs on your property or the neighboring property?
This lot goes considerably back, behind our property.
I'm talking
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, on the side.
adjacent to the proposed addition. I'm assuming that's east.
That's Igor's property. You can see that in photo 3 on the right-hand side. So that's that 10-foot landscape buffer. Great, thank you for pulling that up. You know, you had it, you might have gone too far.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on that now too. Yeah. Thanks.
I would say I just did a quick Google Earth measurement tool and we're about 85 feet to the corner of the exposed deck of the property to the west. So from RPL to that deck of that pink building there to the left.
Yeah, and you're not able to tell me if the landscape screening is within your 10-foot setback or if it's on
It is actually, if you could hold right there on that photo, you can see the PL, the fence in the right below. And we have a series of trees that run along our 10-foot barrier. And then the property of the adjacent owner slopes up considerably. That's probably a 30-foot rise. And that is all, those are his trees on his property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How is that trellis attached? Is it connected to the existing roof? I'm sorry, I don't have that drawing in front of me. What are the elevations there, David, if you would?
A301. It's, I'm sorry, sheet 8 of 9.
So you're able to slip it under the eave of the
There it is,
existing.
exactly. Yeah, we're putting a ledger board and slipping it under the eave.
And what is that height there that you've got?
7 foot 11. It's just below the top plate.
7'11", is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. All right, no questions, no more.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Chip, question.
No question.
Rob, questions, please.
Does it slope? It slopes up in the back, going backwards, it slopes up?
Are you talking about our proposed structure or the
No,
topography?
behind the house, I didn't see a grading plan, so.
Yeah, it slopes up considerably.
Google Earth.
And is this property, I mean, there were some properties in that vicinity that had tremendous landslide slope failure, I think in the 90s, 80s, is that part of, was that?
The owner of the property hasn't shared that with me, and
Might have been across the street. But.
Yeah, the behind the residence looked stable.
Okay.
I'm not a geotech or anything, but I didn't see any evidence of that.
Okay, no other questions, thank you.
Robert, questions, please.
I'm befuddled by this elevation right here. So the new windows are multi-light. Why, if the other ones are single light? And I'm curious about the Roman arched transoms coming way up to almost the roof line. It looks very forced. Why not use a different kind of transom?
Are you proposing to change out the windows, please? Justin?
The windows are already being changed out for a previous application, and you can see that actually in the photos sheet 2 of 9. And in fact, those existing windows, image 4 down below in the middle, if you zoom in on that, if it's possible. And fan down slightly. Yeah, you can see how the
So
windows
the
there being-
old windows are the multi-lights and the new windows are the single lights, or is it vice
He's-
versa?
just vice versa. He's switching out to no mullions.
Okay.
And then what was your comment about like a Spanish style arch? Where did you see that? Oh, maybe above
The Roman arch seems like it's jamming right up into the roof line. I'm curious.
Oh,
Is that
it's
existing?
that is, yeah, all of that is existing to the left of our proposal. We're not proposing to touch anything on the existing residence.
But why not make the whole building look consistent?
I think that is the owner's direction. He is working on replacing his windows and doors to clear panes with no mullions. But at the time we prepared these documents, he hadn't undertaken that.
Okay, no more questions.
Stacy, questions, please.
Have you done a solar study on the panels?
No, we have not. The solar, that would be under a separate permit, but good comment to watch our solar shading. Thank you.
Google Earth, please. And just for full disclosure, keep going. There's a pink house on the left-hand side there. That is owned by two of my friends. I've been in that house a number of times and I never knew there was a house at 1920 Sycamore Canyon Road. So, I mean, you can't see that guy, at least from that house. And I also drive along Sycamore Canyon there from time to time, and I've never seen it looking up. So, and I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 2, 1920 Sycamore Canyon Road, please?
No requests.
Okay, so this is a relatively simple application, I think. So comments, same order. Dave, please.
Yeah, just to confirm, we're only reviewing the carport. That other stuff isn't a part of this approval, even though it's showing on the plans.
Justin, we're only looking at the carport and the deck above and the trellis above, correct?
That's correct. That's how the application reads.
And I think, given the context of the site and how this is tucked in, and not really visible, especially from the adjacent neighbors, and the detailing appears to match what's already existing, I can support the project with the condition that the existing landscaping that's screening the project from the property next door is maintained, or it's going to be removed, replaced.
And then further review at
Final on consent.
preliminary, final, and consent.
Preliminary, final, and consent.
Any other comments, or can we just skip over that? Okay, very good. So Justin, next review will be for preliminary and final on the consent calendar. Thank you very much. I thought Stacy's comment about doing a solar study was a good one.
Agreed.
Considering how much shade is in that area. Item number 3, 859 Picacho Lane, please. Andrew, are you here, please?
Yep.
Yeah, but you have to press there's a bar that has a white, press that bar. There you go. And get close to the mic. You just turn the mic off with your thumb. There you go.
Okay. I'm Andy Rotman, and we're here for the Edwards residence existing. We'll go through it quickly. That's the site plan. So I'm going to go through it in 3 different parts. In the upper right-hand corner is where the guest house is. We're going to add a deck to it. No grading, where it's going to be built above grade. Down lower, down below, where you see the hatching where it says new garage, that there's an existing garage there of 600 something square feet. It's going to be 800 square feet. It's going to be a taller structure. Again, no grading. It's flat in there. The driveway already goes, the lower driveway already goes there. And then going up to the main house. First, let's go to the upper on the north side. That is a 2-story elevator so that as they get older, they can go ahead and be able to access most of the house. And then down below it is what's happening there is the one that's not hatched, the one that's aligned, that's an existing, his master bathroom. And then the part to the left and below it, that is an enlargement of that bathroom at the 2nd floor. And that enlargement at the 2nd floor to the south of the existing, his master bathroom will create a covered outdoor space, which they currently don't have, to enjoy their ocean views. So if we could go to page 12 or A2.6.
Can we start with the FAR study, please? Page 1.
2.6. Just go to 2.6. I didn't know how you were pulling it up. So 2.6. What? Okay, there.
Just keep going. It was in the lower, just keep going up. Okay, do you know where the FAR study is, Andy?
Just a second, I gotta make sure.
It was in there, I saw it.
Oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, so above,
There it is.
just go,
Can you just zoom in on that sort of?
yeah, there, I'm sorry, I apologize. The numbering system is screwed up down in this presentation, so just go down to the guest house. It was the one between the garage where you had stopped. And I'll slightly change what I'm doing.
Everybody see that? 135. Okay, now, Andy, thank you. Where would you like to go, please?
Okay. Go to the floor plans that start at 2.1. Keep going. One more. Sorry about this. It's because of the numbering system. I thought you had it. Keep another one, one more, and the next one will be the one. Nope, one more. I'm sorry. Okay. This is the existing 1st floor and 2nd floor. Well, the 1st floor and the understory of the guest house. The guest house existing is on, we're talking about the 1st floor plan, not the part up above. And on the, what you'll see is going outside the door on the east elevation, east is to your left, north is up, is the deck that's going to be off of the lower bedroom. And the existing tree will be a tree well so that it's preserved, and there's just going to be a deck there. And then if we can just go ahead and go keep going down, we're going to go past the main house elevations, keep going. One more. And that's the existing guest house. And you can see that we are adding a deck and it will be, the decking will be open so that the water will just flow down to the existing grade. And it will have a stone facing on the masonry wall that's supporting the deck. And wrought iron railings to match the existing wrought iron railings that are on the existing home. Okay, now go back up. Keep going. We're gonna go to the garage floor plan, which will be the last floor plan. Stop there. Okay, the existing floor plan, it's basically, it's the same, north to south. Well, actually, it's up to bottom, the same. It just moved more to the north. And it's a 4-bay garage. And, but it's gonna be taller because he has cars that he collects. And so it's gonna end up having lifts on the inside, but it's staying underneath the required height. It's, go ahead and go down to the last elevation. All right, there. The siding on it will match the siding that's on the guest house and the siding that's on the behind on the east, west, and south elevations of the pool building up at the second floor. Down below it, it's stucco. And glass doors, steel frame windows, and it'll be a copper roof. It's a 2 and 12 pitch roof. Okay. Oh, and it's not visible from anywhere outside the property, unless of course you're up in a drone or something. And now we can go back to the floor plans, which I apologize again for, I didn't see that they were keep going up. We'll go to the first floor plan right there. This is the new one. Basically, I have in there the existing floor plans, but so in the upper right-hand corner, you see, well, top slightly to the left of middle is with the dashed line around it is we're adding an elevator shaft, and we'll be accessing it not from the entrance, which happens to be raised, so it causes issues. So by having it over there and accessible from the driveway, they'll be able to get up to, they'll be able to access the majority of the house with that, all the main spaces. They won't be able to get into their living room except for going down a couple steps, 2 risers. And then what you see in the lower left corner, where the dashed line again is around it, is where we're going to have the covered patio. And the columns that are indicated there, the 3 columns, are going to match the columns that are existing on the loggia on the existing house. And then one more page. So the next page. And here is the enlarged master bathrooms. Wanted to be able to take advantage of the ocean views. Added closet space for the his and the hers, and rearranged the bathroom that was upstairs. For the his, there wasn't his side, but it was small. And then next page. Yep. So on the right-hand side is the existing roof. On the left side with the hatched area is the new roof forms that are there, which are tying in what was there. The existing, will be removing the deck that, well, it'll be becoming living space to, in that jog. Do we have a point or anything?
No, sorry, the pointers don't work on the new LED screen, sorry.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so now I don't feel
I can
bad
give
about
you a handheld if you want to come and point.
Okay, but then what about speaking?
Handheld mic.
Oh, handheld mic. Thank you. So, right now this is a flat roof, and it's there's a little bit of tile here, and then that's flat, and then this is a balcony that will be gone. So instead, this will now, when you look at the elevations, which is where we're going next, is this is all going to be tied together so that it matches the original part of the house. My guess is this form all in here and up in here. This looks like this was definitely an addition over here. There's a flat roof. There's a 3 and 12 over here. It's the same pitch, but it's actually at the first floor level, which is where it will stay. And then this whole thing will not, this whole new area, which is right in here, is all going to tie in with the existing roof so that it matches, and I think it raises it up. Well, we'll see in the elevations. I think it was less than a foot that it raised it. It might have been like 6 inches. Actually, I might as well just stay up here. Go ahead and switch to the next, to the elevations. Okay, we'll start out with the north elevation. So we have the existing north elevation. I'm sorry, I did not spend the time to provide all the breakups in them. They're steel sash windows with breakups. Looks like some of them were different. In other words, here I kind of showed what was there. And so, yeah, there's that pattern on that one, but on this one, it's only 4. Okay, so there is some mishmash on what's there, but it's existing. On the north elevation, we're pulling that element up compared to over in here. Most of that whole mass is already there. The neighbor to the north is way up high. If you had had a chance to look at all the site photos that I provided, you'll see I took pictures in that direction showing you that you can't see the neighbor's house, which also means they can't see this house. So we raised, this is 20, I don't know if this is 25.2 or 23.2, but it barely changes anything of the existing mass. There's a little bit more, but this house is between elevation grades, the hedges that are around it, all the trees that are around it, and the neighboring properties. It's not visible from anywhere. If you really want to see, I gave you 3 pages of photos, somewhat like 60, 70 photos with views from the whole site. We will have to extend this, no. Yeah, I think we have to extend that chimney just a little bit, but it'll be the same chimney. Then on the east elevation, I'm showing it mainly because of the fact that up in there is that, as you can tell, it changes the elevation a little bit, and that's delineated by the fact of the Spanish tile roof to match the existing Spanish tile roof. Okay, next page. That's
Andy, can you
same
stop?
thing.
Does everybody understand this plan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I think we got it.
Okay, and is that good enough for what I have
Yep,
on
I
here?
think we got it.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Anything else really quick before we ask questions?
Nope, I just want to do the jet.
Questions, Tip?
What was the existing FAR before the addition?
I don't have it as an FAR. I see that the sheets that I printed are the previous set before I had to add the FAR into it. It altogether, the guest house, of course, we're adding nothing.
So the new FAR is 1.35. So
Yeah.
And you added 700 square feet to the second floor, 702.7.
Yes.
So you don't know what the existing, maybe 1.2, you don't know.
No, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
The big thing is that all of what we're adding at the main house doesn't change the mass scale bulk of the existing house, doesn't change any of the views, and more importantly, it actually improves the character of the house with the new roof form.
Question, Stacy.
Is there anything screening the elevator?
What?
Is there any screening in the front at the elevator?
No, it's right adjacent. If you can go to the next page. Yep. That elevator is right on that, but more importantly is all the trees and everything else and the grade change that are to the north.
Bill, questions, please.
Could you have windows in that elevator tower? I mean, it looks like the elevator is kind of pushed into one corner there, and if you wanted to add windows, could
Yeah,
you?
the elevator had to be able to connect to the main house and be able to tie into the second floor. And except for the actual elevator shaft and some little bit of extra room just because trying to make it look good. Tie it into the existing architecture. It was constrained where I could put it.
And could you zoom out of there?
I think there is one window that we were adding looking to the north.
And then I see there's 3 cuts from the street there. Are those all existing? Do you have that?
Yes.
One that's in the middle? You have the main driveway going to the garage.
Yep.
And you have a third that kind of goes to the guest house and then, or a second that goes to the guest house and third down to the garage.
That is correct.
So those are all there.
They've been there, yeah.
And then what would you say the style of the house is? I mean, or that you're trying to make it? Because it looks like some of the structures are, you know, you have standing seam and board siding, and then you've got plaster and Spanish tile and you.
That is correct.
So what, is there are you?
Well, the main house was, I can't remember if they said, it was a Spanish type house, except for where it wasn't. So if you were to look at,
I see the photos there. So anyway,
right, so if you look at some of the photos of the
mostly Spanish looks.
northwest side of the house, the southwest and so on, it went away, it was no style. Except where they kept, in other words, even where it's a flat roof, they rolled a clay tile along the edges.
Do you have wood siding on any of that existing house or any of the others?
The existing house is all stucco, and the additions to it are all matching the details of the existing main house.
And no metal roof anywhere else.
No, the guest house, Spanish tile roof, and it has board and bat. I mean, not board and bat, just the siding on it. The pool building is on the pool side, on the north side, which is only available at the upper level, at the pool level, because it's on a hillside. That is stone. When you go around to the side, it's board, siding. And then at the lower level, that's not the, because of how the grading is, that's stucco.
So you do have wood siding on the existing guest.
Yeah, so two of the 3 existing buildings, I'm sorry, and it's board and bat on the existing garage building.
Right.
With a built-up composite roof with no detailing to it whatsoever.
Thank you.
Questions, Rob?
Hey, Andy, I realized I talked to you at length about a year ago, and then I hadn't seen you in about 20 years. So,
Yep.
Just a few questions. On the that driveway, can we go? Okay, the driveway that comes down on there. Let me go to the pickleball court. Generally, if that's anything like tennis, generally those face north and south. Is is there two questions? Is there a reason that's not facing north and south? And then is there, with the garage too, is there a reason why maybe some of those new structures aren't squared up to the site plan of the geometry of everything else?
So I'll address the existing garage, is that to the west side of the garage, there's an existing retaining wall on the back side of that. And yeah, I'm gonna rebuild it because I'm putting additional load. But it's there and we're not doing additional grading. So I was preserving it where it was, but also to the west of that garage are some mature trees that the owner doesn't want to lose. And so if I try to square it up to something that it can't really be seen relative to something else, then I'm making a bigger impact.
Yeah.
And then the pickleball court didn't need a permit, and so that was already installed. And that wasn't that area in there was already there. So one of the previous owners had created that flat spot for volleyball courts, so it changed over from a volleyball court to a pickleball court.
Okay, and then there's one elevation, thanks, Andrew, and then there's one elevation, there's like a little, I mean, you've kind of done all these nice things with the new architecture, and then there's one sloped roof. What is that?
Where? On the main house?
Yeah, I thought one of the drawings, I wrote a note to it, you know, when I prepared for this meeting, but I'm not seeing it now.
But you're talking about on the main house?
Maybe it's just like a little sloped roof when everything else seems more traditional.
Yeah, okay, so stop right where we're at, lower right-hand corner. That's the existing elevation. And those two elements that you're looking at to the very right, right now it's a guest bedroom. I think it might have been something else before. Might have been a library, I don't know. But that's existing, and yes, that's not in character with the house.
Okay, all right, that's all my questions. Thanks, Andy.
Oh, and then the flat area slightly to the left of that, which is basically they took the form of the house and appendage on those two flat roof areas. Well, flat and then sloped.
Questions, Dave, please?
you.
Dave?
Are you proposing to not have divided lights on the new second story addition?
No, actually, they all were proposing divided lights. I made the one on the elevator tower. Nope, I'm sorry. The elevator tower window went away. Originally, he wanted it, and then when he saw it, he decided he didn't like it. So there is no window looking to the north.
The second story bathroom addition,
They're true divided lights.
they're not shown that way on your plans.
I apologize for that. This was conceptual, and
Okay,
the floor plan isn't
that's good. And
totally
then, have
set
you
yet,
done
as I've been informed.
have you done an FAR study to justify?
Yes, and that's on the plans that I submitted on the front
I mean, a
page.
neighborhood study to,
No,
okay, thank you.
We'll pick that up. Robert, please. Robertson?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 3, 859 Picaccio Lane, please?
We do have one speaker.
Yes, please.
Leslie, I'm sorry, we have two speakers at least. Leslie Applebaum, to be followed by Kelly Warner.
Leslie?
Oh, hi. I'm sorry if I came in a little bit late. I was wondering what the impact on the street will be and how long this project is going to take.
Andy? Can you see this from the street? How long do you expect?
no, it cannot be seen from the street. And if you have it available to you, I took photos from the street at the 3 gates, and it can't be seen in any of the photos. And the adjacent properties, I took pictures looking towards the adjacent properties. I didn't go there and look back the other way. And it can be seen that it's basically, the thing is totally hidden. And as far as length of construction, garage won't take that long, 6 months, maybe 9 months. I probably less. I'm not a contractor. The change to the guest house, again, probably in that same time frame or less. And then the main house, that'll be something more because we'll have structure to deal with.
But what about the parking on the street, or where will all the contractors and subcontractors park?
Well, luckily, because of the 3 gates, and the length of the driveways, my guess is they're gonna be parking on the property. There's not really a place to park on the street.
Right. And then what time of the day will
That's
construction?
regulated by the permits 7 to 4 by
7
the
to 4.
county,
And not on weekends, right?
and not on weekends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. There's one more, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Kelly Warner.
Hi, yes, we wanted to also have a chance to take a look at all of the photos that he's submitting from that property, looking at the property next door. We also want to know what kind of impact there will be as far as looking down on that property. So if there's a way that we would be able to take a look at all of this.
Hang on a second, Kelly. Would you be willing to meet either or both of these?
Of course,
Okay.
no problem.
So would you guys like to send your contact information to the planner, who's Kathleen Volpe? And Andy could meet you out on the site. Would that work for you?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
Would you like my phone number?
Sure.
Andy, we are broadcast around the world, so
Okay,
let's do it through.
that's fine.
So did you get our agenda, both of you, please?
No,
How did you hear about the meeting?
by a letter that was delivered to the house.
Okay, the planner's information is on that letter. Her name is Kathleen Volpe, and you can contact her. We are broadcast on around the world
Sure.
forever. Okay, so I don't
Sure.
want to give out people's phone numbers and stuff like that.
No
Okay?
problem. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
get it figured out. Thank you.
Okay, and if you can't arrange it, please let Kathleen know so we can deal with that at the next meeting, please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, so that's the end of questions. Comments? First time we've seen it. Tip.
Well, for one, I'm a little concerned with the FAR. And since we don't have the existing FAR, which I did a quick calculation, I think it's probably about maybe 1.17 or something, which is really exceeding the what we would allow unless you provided an FAR study. So without seeing that, and especially the site is quite large, the Picasso neighborhood, 0.5754 acres. I just not sure that you can get the FAR 1.3 or around that sort of numbers around that neighborhood. So because of that, I'm really going to have a struggling to have this approved. Thank you.
Stacy, comments, please. We'll talk about a study here at the end. Stacy, please.
I think a couple of the facades need to be revisited, especially the elevator, without any windows or any decorative elements to kind of tie it into the rest of the architecture. As a front facade, I think it's a little awkward. And then the garage down below, to study that facade, it seems as if the garage doors could use a little more wall space to the right when you're looking at them. It's not up on the screen right now, but they just seem very awkwardly placed and kind of jammed to the right. Maybe a little more of a study on the floor plan and the entry on that. That's it.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree with the other board members. The FAR definitely need a study, be able to approve this for the neighborhood. And also the comments about the elevator tower, you have the ability to add windows in. And I think I would add something in there just to give it a little treatment. And definitely the way you illustrate this elevation, these elevations, I think should be accurate to the way you're going to do them with the divided lights and show them how you're going to end up having them happen, because they look very plain and not a lot of flavor happening there. So we have to use our imagination, which we have, but it would be helpful if you could get it a little closer to reality. And I think that's all I have. Thanks.
Rob, questions, comments, please.
First of all, question to the chair. Is there landscaping is triggered by this application? Would there be,
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't think so.
okay. Um, I think you're moving in the right direction in some of these pieces. I agree with some of the other comments on by the board members, like the elevator tower. I am a little okay, so the driveway that comes off the main driveway, generally like having this kind of secondary hierarchy that's there. I kind of find that access driveway that goes alongside the guest house and then down to some of the garage and all that. It's just, and then having those second and third kind of entries onto the site. Seems like this kind of an opportunity to maybe clean some of that stuff up would be nice. I mean, that's the reason I asked about the landscaping. Some landscaping or a landscape architect could kind of maybe help kind of just organize a few of those things and then clean some of those pieces up. And then, I mean, it's a beautiful property. And so it's just trying to, I guess, encourage you to kind of think of some of that to maximize this property. But I appreciate the direction you're going. So thank you.
Dave, comments, please.
Yeah, I agree with the other members that a neighborhood survey to justify the FAR is first and foremost. And then I'm having a difficult time reading your elevations and drawings. It's making our job difficult to really understand the project. But in general, I think the fenestration on the tower, on the residence and the garage really needs work, because right now, the scale of things, you're not showing divided lights, you're saying you're going to do them, but it really needs some detail and some refinement. I think generally, if the FAR is okay, the mass bulk and scale seems to be okay. The garage is tall, but you need it that way. But I think the fenestration needs to be designed in a way to help mitigate the tallness instead of what it's doing now, which is pretty brutal. And then it's hard to tell what you're proposing for the stone material on the guest house. So when you come back, either bring photos or a material board or something to give us a sense of what this is, because right now the drawings are difficult to read.
Robert, please.
I don't have a problem with the FAR because the mass bulk and scale is not that much different, and it's a huge lot. So the tower needs work, but maybe, like they say, doctors bury their mistakes and architects just plant ivy. You can fix it with landscaping, but maybe some sort of decoration or false window, even if it can't be a real window like Stacy has recommended, could help. But all in all, I support the project.
Your drawings are not doing you a favor. That's 100% your doing. So you should see some of the stuff we look at. I mean, it will blow your minds out, the quality of the presentation. This doesn't. At least give us shadowing. You know, if a mass is in front, cast a shadow onto it. Cast shadows onto the windows and doors, get your window fenestrations correct. I mean, this is a multi-million dollar piece of property, and it looks like something that you're doing for Hemet, California. You know, so please bring it up so that you really get a connection with your heart and that we get a connection with your heart. So I tend to think that the elevator shaft will evolve. I hope it does. And I have been on the board just under 8 years. I have never voted for a project with an FAR over 1.1 unless there's a neighborhood study to justify it. We are working on a study. We have not a methodology to get it uniform. Shall I send that over to him and so he can look at it and approve it? That will get us the existing FAR as well on that sheet. So I'll send it to the planner and she can send it to you and fill it out. And the big thing here, Andy, I think that you're in a fairly dense neighborhood. This is, you know, not one of the really sparse neighborhoods in Montecito. I don't know if it's going to be 135 or not, but we'll take a look at it. But it's contiguous properties right around. And so that we don't get any jumping to try to grab the largest and ignore the smallest and things like that. So I'll send that over and let's get back on for conceptual full board. Okay? But really plans aren't that important. Tone up the elevations.
I understand. I was keeping it more simple because it's really not adding a lot except for the bathroom area. And so I apologize for that. I was trying to not spend his money doing
We
additional
spent
hours.
3 solid meetings talking to somebody about a smaller addition because it wasn't quite right. Please, let's get it right.
Nope, I understand. No, not a problem.
Okay.
Okay. As far as I apologize I was trying to treat the elevator more like a chimney. In other words, not pull attention to it, but yeah, we can put in some false windows.
Let's just pick
And,
it up next time, okay?
yeah.
You get it done. Thank you, Andy.
I did have one, because I get a question, right?
Okay, quick.
Reply. So the garage inside dimension, 20 by 40. I can't make the 20 less than 20. Maybe I could, but that might, you want it that deep. He wants a 4-bay garage. So that's my 40 feet. So unless I shrink or drop off a bay, I can't give more walls to the side. What I could do is put a element attached to it. So in other words,
There are
special feature.
There are detached accessories buildings in Montecito have extremely specific requirements.
Right.
You're not meeting them if you're doing 20 by 40 interior dimension. Please contact your planner, see what those requirements are.
That is the requirement. It's 800 square feet and it's measured, and from the planning side, not the building side, it's measured
I
as
think it's to
net.
the outside of the roof, right?
Nope, it's net dimension.
Okay, please, Andy, we're not here.
Okay.
Please, work with your planner and get it right. And then come back and see us. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Item number 4, 750 Hot Springs Road. Ken, are you here? Are you turned on? Very good, thank
I'm
you.
John Tyne on behalf of the LLC. I'm General Counsel of Country Club Lifestyle 2 LLC.
Kyle Dixon, Project Manager, Windward Design Services. So the project we're presenting today is a remodel of a 1,400 square foot residence on a 1-acre lot. The focus of our project is just to provide maintenance to the home. It was first built in the 1960s and it's aged a bit. So with our proposal, it's to bring it up, bring it more modern, pay respects to the mid-century modern look of the home. So if we go on to our next page, we'll start with our site plan, just get through our notes here. It'll be A10. Actually, you can see some photos here to kind of show you the state that the property's in. We're trying to maintain a lot of these elements with the overhang at the front, as shown there. It's a flat roof, from what I can tell, less than 1%. We're planning to go with like a PVC just to maintain that low slope. And we can continue on to the next slide for me here. Just keep getting through our structural. So we provided a framing plan. The deck shown in the rear there will be new. It's a couple of maybe 20 inches above grade at most. And we'll continue on. So this is a good look at the floor plan of what we're proposing. Oh, pardon me. We have you come up through the main staircase on the right-hand side, entering in through the door along the, I guess in your it'd be like the bottom right corner. Stepping into our laundry breezeway, we have our kitchen into a large great room, master bedroom on the left-hand side, guest bedroom on the right-hand side.
We don't need the floor
Okay,
plans.
got it. Let's
Keep
just move into elevations.
Thank you.
If you want to move to the elevations, those will be on A301.
Site plan's very important. Let's make sure.
Yeah, we can look at the site. So you'll see just this representation of the scale. It's a little colorful here. We have a driveway coming in from Hot Springs, which is the bottom left side of this drawing. Yeah, there's a easement through here, and that little dark brown area just below is like a gate access onto Tejas Road. Coming up and around, we have that white box on the right. That's our guest parking outside. That'll be a proposed ADU. The blue area is a private yard for the main residence, and then at the back end is the existing residence. We can continue on to our elevations. So the existing shown there, as you saw in those photos, it's just framing at the moment, and that was just due to the aging. And then on A202, this is where we'll really get into what we're proposing. Again, we're trying to respect the mid-century modern look. We're replacing the guards at the front, going with a lot of fenestration to let in natural light. It seems to mimic what was on the record plan. We have some exposed rafter ends above, which aren't really featured well here, but you can kind of see it in that cross section on the east elevation and on the west at the front end. And then our color scheme on our material board there, just to go with like a light stucco, a little more earth, darker tones. And then if we continue on, we have a couple renders. It'll keep going. It'll be like A9 right there. So again, a little image from the back showing that rear patio. And then that like 20-inch step off is in that back left corner. The private courtyard in the top right. And the front top left is just the driveway approach with like a hedge, a protective hedge. And yeah, that covers a full presentation.
You know, when I was looking at this yesterday, I thought that the existing photographs revealed some things that we might want to share here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like you're under construction, but little things. So does everybody see that? Yeah, okay. So are you done now, Kyle?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
very
you.
good. Questions? Bill, please.
Can we go to the site plan there, David, real quick? Are you revising, adding, changing the driveway? Are you widening and doing all that for fire and?
We are. So we are having to widen it for the fire, both at the bottom left and that highlighted darker tone.
Mhm.
And we've done our 3-point T at the end of the driveway.
And are those plants, those circles, or those caissons, or what are
They are, yeah. We're doing just new hedge work following the driveway path.
And is there retaining walls? Are there site walls?
No, this is all following natural grade.
Follows a grade, so there's no raise in elevation between the road and the
No.
adjacent slope. Okay, and really all the way up through the hammerhead and everything else is all.
Yeah, I'd have to double check. I believe the cross slope at the hammerhead is less than 5%, and that carries up through the guest parking as well. And then along the main path and that small outlet, it's a 2% cross slope.
So that side where you have the 3 cars shown, is that new also?
It is, yeah, yeah, the whole lot, all of the driveway work is new.
And what's the buffer you've got proposed there? You're gonna hedge between that and your neighbor, and then how close are you to your neighbor there on that side?
I honestly don't have the exact dimension to the adjoining neighbor. I do believe that they're 10 feet beyond, but that's on their side of the lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be concerned about headlights and stuff shining in there, so. And the existing structure, obviously, goes over the setback, that's existing, right? You're not changing.
No, we've matched the existing footprint.
All right, great, that's it, thank you.
Questions, Robert?
No questions.
Questions, Bill? Tip,
No questions.
questions, Rob?
Quickly, I had some thoughts on just as we're reacting to the front patio, gravel patio, and then the rear deck. What's the thinking in terms of there's no walkway, nothing connects them? They're just kind of floating out there or something?
Yeah, that is correct. We have shown there's like a subtle paver path that follows the interior side of the driveway leading up to that main door, the staircase on the far right. But the rest of that is just out onto natural grade. Even like the proposed little private yard would be some permeable, and it was mostly just to avoid introducing new hardscape.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Questions, Stacy?
I looked at this online and it's a really beautiful property. I'm curious, do you have a landscape plan?
We haven't prepared a full landscape plan, but our proposal is to work with Chris Gillian, I think, just put something together, at least a preliminary planting plan.
Okay, so you haven't really explored the exterior yard at this point.
No.
You're just showing that gravel paver patio area and it's not necessarily written in stone?
Correct, yeah. At this point, I mean, obviously the decision would be to go with like drought tolerant native plants, but we haven't created an itemized list for that.
Okay.
Dave, questions, please.
Just wanted to confirm you're not expanding the existing residence, you're just working within.
Correct, yeah. It's to maintain the existing footprint. Well, the only new addition would be the rear deck.
Okay, and the site work isn't required, there's not any grading for the project, you're working with existing.
Correct, yeah.
Thanks.
If I were to say that there is a lot of hardscape on this project with a minimum amount of landscaping, what would your comment be about that, please?
We could revisit planting to address, introducing more growth. Obviously, providing like the perimeter hedge for privacy along the driveway is kind of a minimal aspect. But there is a lot of landscape. The property itself makes a very small portion of the lot. So I do think we have the opportunity to introduce landscaping to this.
And about the driveway, are you required to have that width exactly as shown? Or are you being a little over generous to the fire department?
So from what I've understand, the path we've shown with like the lighter mark is the natural, like the existing driveway or what is kind of the remaining portions. The darker tone areas, both that turn out at the entry and the T were from the fire department, from discussions with the fire department, what we'd have to provide.
And so you have no choice with those.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There were some renderings in here, please.
Yeah, that'll be A901.
The 3D guys. So on the one in the upper left-hand corner, I see a roof that's providing some shade and some character to the building, where on the lower left, to describe it as a box is overly generous. So have you thought about a way of developing a consistent architectural style with the roof form so that it does not have that difference of character on the north? I don't know if it's north. I think it is north and south. Yeah. Have you thought about that? Have you worked with that as an alternative?
Right now, the proposal is just to go with the existing condition, having that overhang at the front was an existing element, but I agree that bringing an extension maybe at the back over that new deck area, having those exposed beam ends, ridge beam ends, could be a nice way to tie the two together.
It's very obvious that the building is in construction, and what's going on with that roof now that the rain stopped? Are you planning on redoing it all?
Yeah, I believe the roof would have to be refinished just based off what we observed out
Therefore,
there.
you could take that opportunity to really provide a better architectural character to the building using the roof.
Yeah, to speak to that, I mean, we definitely could think about it, maybe increasing the height above the plate. One of the nice elements inside is all the exposed lumber coming through. In fact, these aren't just like, pardon me, they're not just rafter beams. They have like they're like 2x6 elements with a nice little blocking between them. So they have a little finish detail that's nice on the outside. But other than that, I mean, building up a little higher to accommodate like a new roof system, we'd be on board with. I just would like to preserve as much of that wood element inside the house as possible.
And then on the lower left elevation, the upper right elevation has a very nice rhythm to it and an organization to it. The lower left looks like a rear elevation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a possibility to restudy that so it also has the character of the south? Maybe, I'm not asking to replicate the fenestration, but just that the thought process, that the rhythm, that the overgrand, idea of it is expressed rather than small horizontal window, little side window, big, it's just kind of a mishmash right now. Can you reconsider that, please?
Yeah, we absolutely can look into adding elements that tie the front and back together.
Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 4, 750 Hot Springs Road, please?
No requests.
Okay, comments, Bill, please.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, the reconditioning of the existing structure is fine. But John's comments, maybe adding a trellis or something to the back of the building might help break up that long elevation. The only thing I'm concerned about is on the site plan, if you could go to that, is just sort of developing the landscaping, I think. Creating enough buffer between you and the neighbors, especially those cars pulling forward into headlights shining onto the neighbor's side there. Maybe you don't need to be so deep with that car as well, and maybe you can pull that back a little bit off that property line and get some more substantial plantings there. I understand your hands are kind of tied with the rest of the driveway and paving, so I'm okay with that. I think generally though, it's heading in the right direction, and it'd be good to see the details of your railings and that kind of stuff eventually. So thanks.
Mentioned, we are the neighbor right now. We own the lot next door and it is screened. So we do have natural trees that are separating the two lots in that area.
Maybe you could just show that to us in photos or
Yeah, I
plan.
can
or-
include
Yeah,
documentation of that.
yeah. And maybe you might not always be the neighbor. I don't know. It's possible.
No, we won't, but it's the trees are on the other lot, is
Yeah.
what I mean.
Yeah,
You can still show them on this plan, though.
thanks.
Robert, please, comments?
What year was the original house built?
It was built in 1958.
And it had overhangs.
It did, yeah. From our records, it did show an overhang at the front.
No more questions.
No, comments? Comments?
Oh, I'm not a fan of this architecture, but it's subjective. And I don't know how you waterproof these houses that are just have no protection, but I'm sure you guys can figure it out. And looks like a nice redo to me. That's just
Rob, please.
When I reviewed this project in preparation for the meeting, one of the things that at least makes me more comfortable is that you are going to have a landscape architect kind of look at this, because I do believe that a landscape architect could kind of help with a lot of the site issues that I'm seeing. Like I think and why I asked you if there's a connection and walkway to that front patio, to the rear deck. Generally, those things to me want to kind of grow from the house. And so I like the modern style, but I think there's a way to effectively do that and then kind of connect those things. I don't think people generally go out of their house and then going to walk around in the dirt and then walk onto a deck. I think they like to be extension of their house, and that's how they use those kind of places. So that's why I thought they felt like they were floating. And so, and then this is kind of the architects on this board's purview, but I guess, John's reaction of it looking like a box, that's why, I appreciate modern style, but I thought maybe there could be some articulation and kind of having some vertical, highly, an accent part of the building where it pops up or something like that. I think maybe I'd let the architects on the board speak to that. And then I guess the only other question, what is the chimney? I mean, I look at those elevations, and then is that a brick chimney where everything else is modern? Then you have this kind of brick chimney there that,
Yeah,
is that existing, or did I see that in the photos, or what did I see?
we'd have to double check the floor plan.
That in that elevation, is that's like common brick chimney?
It is. I
That-
believe that was from the record, but we can apply a finish
Yeah,
or
it just
something
seems
to it.
incongruent with everything else you're doing. Okay, those are my comments. Thank you.
Stacy, please, comments?
I agree with Bill in regards to the parking. I think it needs to be restudied. You're taking up a lot of space for the cars at this point, and I think it can be opened up. I also think there can be a better connection between this house and the future ADU that needs to be studied, and also to these drifting planes outside of the house of that front patio kind of sunken in at this point just doesn't make sense. It doesn't have a very good, strong connection with the landscape and the house behind it, as well as the further deck beyond. And I think that when you have this small of a house and this very modern architecture, that every portion of the landscape should also be carefully articulated, because it's such a small space that each of those spaces should relate to each other. But I'm not seeing the indoor-outdoor being connected yet.
Yeah.
I think that needs to be studied, and I would feel like more off the house,
Okay.
closer in, and that's where I'd place people and leave more landscape, more open space beyond, more wild.
Yeah, as you work away.
Dave, please, comments?
Yeah, I am a fan of this style of architecture, and I'm glad that you're taking this on and restoring it and hopefully improving it. I agree, first of all, landscape's key and need to have that when you come back. And also with Stacy's comment about reducing the parking area. Right now, there's a lot of paving, and it seems like that could be reduced and things could be softened with landscaping. But in general, I like that you're redoing the project, and possibly on I guess, I don't know if it's the north side, but the back side, if you took the fenestration up to the roof, similar to the way it is on the other side, that would really tie things together, and I think detach the roof plane and really be truer to the architecture. So, and could possibly be relatively easy to do. But in general, I like what you're doing and where you're going. It's the key is the landscape.
Do you know what an LA is?
No, I do not.
Okay, so I hope I'm right here. Can I spell it? It's a series of trees that go down in an extremely ordered manner. And they're typically in Europe, and I think LA is a French word. And if it's done properly, it is drop dead beautiful. I mean, this driveway could be turned into an LA with the proper trees, not just hedge material, but really setting that up, sets up a rhythm. It sets up distance that you have to drive through, a grandeur back into this hidden little jewel. Okay, now, I don't think you have access to it. There was a project up on Romero Canyon Road we saw maybe 2, 3, 4 years ago that had 100-year-old olive trees. And it just, every one of us that drove by it. So you may want to consider that. I don't know what your budget is for this, but olives can be transplanted and things like that. That's number one. Luda Maria Riggs did a Japanese house over on Valley Road, and I don't know if you can get your hands on those drawings or not. But she had a similar situation in terms of the organization of it. And when we went out to do a site visit, nobody seemed to know what it was. But my good friend, who unfortunately is no longer with us, Don Sharp, and I did this walk, and both of us said, "What is going on here?" And it was Luda's house. And if you could try to find those drawings, I think it would do you good. And it was inspired by Japanese architecture, which is the inside outside, as well as the detailing, the simplicity of it. I think it's potentially an extremely nice project. I think, as our good friend Mies van der Rohe said, God is in the details. He was a modernist. This is a modernist. Every little, and he will check. He is extremely good at detailing. He will check. But I think that it stands a great job of being able to be a good project. And I'm going to take this landscape plan at best being a concept. It needs to go a long way. Okay. And to bring the heart into something and then let the building sort of be that jewel that sits in otherwise different kinds of architecture, I think.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So we can bring it back for preliminary, which they may or may not make, and then do final on consent, or we could bring it back for concept and then preliminary final on.
Definitely for preliminary.
You think it ought to come back preliminary? Okay, preliminary next time you come here. If you want to make a stab at the details, great. 99% chance there'll be a few things for preliminary that need to still get resolved. And final, you can go to the next meeting, which is 2 weeks away, and get it done then. Okay?
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice project. Item number 5.
Sorry, before we move on, I just wanted to give you some heads up on the earlier item. There were cities that challenged Senate Bill 9 successfully. Last month, the court in Los Angeles declared it unconstitutional for the very reasons that you have indicated, is that it did not require affordable housing. So that's something to look into. It's Redondo Beach, Carson, Torrance, Whittier, and Del Mar.
Do you know Alec? What's his last?
Entrican?
Tuttle. Do you know him?
I probably do. I'll find him. I'll let him know.
Yeah. And do you know, what's her name? No, county council, head county council. Right, Rachel, do
Very
you know
well.
Rachel?
Very well.
Could you send that information over to her as
Will.
well?
Yep.
And then also to Das Williams.
You know Das well.
Very good. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for that information. Okay, so item number 5 is out. Item number 6, 800 Oak Grove Drive. Anybody? No.
7 was canceled.
5 and 7. 6 is on. Melissa Turner, Design Arc. Are you here or online, please? Or
Yes,
somebody
I
else? For those of you, let me just put a little quick thing. For those of us that have been on the board for a while, this is the third proposal we've seen in about the last 4 years. Yeah, okay. So if it starts to look familiar, there's a reason. Okay?
Different architect.
Different architects, different style, all the rest of it. Alyssa, please go ahead.
Hey, John, can you hear me? Melissa, can you hear me too?
Yes.
Okay.
Mark, as typical, speak up, bro. Get close to the mic, yell something. Thank you.
Dial up my voice.
Well, thank you. My name is Melissa Turner. I'm the Senior Project Manager at Design Arc. We've got Mark Shields on and our landscape architect, Scott Capps from EPT. I'll just do a quick brief overview and I will turn it on to Mark to focus mostly on the architecture. It sounds like you're familiar with the site. This is
Some of us are.
Some of us. Okay. 800 Oak Grove used to be part of a larger project with 802 Oak Grove. Drive. We've got three street frontages. One of them is a private lane to the north. You've got Piedras to the south and Oak Grove to the west. It's a vacant lot, and our clients purchased it recently. We've been developing our conceptual drawings, and we're really happy to be here to present it to you. It's a fairly, we're under in our FAR, I believe at 93%, and fairly small footprint, as you can see from the aerial. If David or someone else could zoom into that aerial map, there's a lot of natural landscape and oak tree, a little mini dry creek bed to the west, and what looks like a perfect pad location in the middle there for a small footprint 2-story home is what we're proposing, and a couple of accessory structures. If we can go to the site plan.
That's page A100. Here we go.
I'm sorry, maybe we should go back and look at some of the site context photos. There's
Yeah.
obviously a few homes in the neighborhood. You can see some of from the imagery, lots of tree coverage, 2- and 3-story, I'm sorry, 1- and 2-story homes predominantly in the area. And that private drive to the north that takes access both to our property and to others. You can kind of see if you could zoom in onto that aerial a little bit more, or point to it if you can. Sorry, I'm not sure if it's David or another staff person who's doing the.
Which one do you want me to zoom in on?
Oh, I just wanted to highlight where the private road is located, where number 5 and 11 are indicated. Some beautiful views to the north of the mountains. There's a little peak of ocean view at the horizon line. You've got some of the electrical poles on the east side, and great great landscaping to the west. Now we can move on to the site plan. I'll turn it over to Mark Shields. He can explain a little bit more about the orientation of the house and some of the accessory structures and the location of the driveway.
Yes. Can everyone hear me? John? You can.
Yes, Mark, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Anyways, Melissa pointed out it's a relatively small footprint. The house is about 4,580 square feet, including the garage. And that's located at the north end of the site, off the private access road that Melissa pointed out. And below the house to the south, we have terraces that lead down to a pool. And then off to the east is a small yoga studio that's just down a few steps from the pool terrace. And then below that, going south again, is the proposed ADU, which is, let's see, 600 square feet, and it has its
Which we
own.
don't review here, Mark.
Yeah, that's all right. Just wanted to let you know what we're doing. And then below that, there's a fire truck, a turnout that was required. And above that, also on the private lane, there's a fire truck turnout as well. So fire has seen it and likes all the setbacks and the host pools and whatnot. Overall, it's a really nice site. As Melissa pointed out, it's naturally beautiful. So we don't plan to do a ton of landscaping out or away from the house. We're going to leave it alone. And we do have some landscape plans, which Scott will run through in a moment. General idea at this point with conceptual approval. Permeable paving, course for the driveway. Overall, the house is Mediterranean in style, 2 stories. And we might flip over to the first floor plan, which is A101. This kind of gives you the layout of the first floor. Very simple plan. We're kind of channeling GWS and possibly Mary Craig a bit on this project. And the owners love the old school Montecito vibe. So that's where we are. It's Mediterranean in style. A 2-car garage with like a laundry area, open living room, kitchen plan separated by the fireplace. 2 bedrooms down and then a master bedroom up.
Mark, we primarily focus on the site plan
That's
and
all
the
right.
elevation and
That's
the
all right.
elevations, please.
That's all right. It's okay, you guys, I understand. Why don't we hit the north elevation, then A201. So coming off the private drive, you drive down the hill a bit. The whole site slopes slightly to the south, and it is in the flood area, so we are raising the finished floor a bit. And so you'll see that in further sections anyway. The house is 2 stories, a minimal second floor, very low key, Spanish Mediterranean detailing with the mirror door on the second floor, a very subtle surround at the front door. Plaster texture would be slightly rugged with rounded corners on the sides of the building. Wood garage doors, wood windows, maybe except for the large window on the ground floor you see there, which is from the kitchen. There's a beautiful view towards the north through the oaks to the mountains. That would be steel. And then the tile would be possibly George Davidson, very rustic with thumb butts, concrete, added concrete, maybe 75%. Very rustic exterior, really. Now we can go to the west elevation, which I think is the next, the south elevation. Let's go to the west. There we go. Going around the building to the west. This faces west and it faces the beautiful existing arroyo, which has lots of boulders and beautiful oak trees, so we plan not to touch that. We're thinking about planting some, larger Mediterranean plants like yucca or palms at the entry. And again, very simple architectural detailing. You'll see the terrace that shoots out towards the south and how the pool steps down from the main residence. We're following the slope of the site and kind of stepping everything and blending it in as much as we can. We are up a little bit higher than we love to be because of the flood issue. And so the pool is clad with Santa Barbara sandstone and blended into some of the existing sandstone boulders that are already on the site. Again, this elevation shows you some of this. That's another steel window in the living room that faces west. Next, please. This is the east elevation, around from the garage. Steps, stepped handrail coming down out of the garage door, leads down towards the yoga studio. This side of the site faces east. We have a small mirror door off one of the bathrooms. It's the bathtub on one of the ground floor bedrooms. And then again, more probably bougainvillea on this side, some native agaves and whatnot. Scott can go into that more in the future. But typical raked tile eave detail, very typical of GWS or Mary Craig. And again, you can see how it steps down to the pool terrace, which is clad in stone. Next slide, please. Next page. This is the yoga studio. It's down a couple steps from the pool terrace. Again, we're stepping everything down the site to kind of blend with the topography. Very simple space, 1 room, a pool bath. It's about, it's only 200 square feet. Next page, please. This is the ADU again, which is even further down the hill.
Next.
Sorry, oops, sorry about that. Site sections. These site sections are preliminary and show basically how much we have to be out of grade, but we plan to grade the hillside up, add a little bit of fill up towards the house and have a exposed, crawl space with a rat slab underneath the house. So we're trying to blend the house back into the topography, even though we are up a bit due to the floodplain. Next page, please. Again, that's the ADU, so we can't talk about that. Keep moving on. We have a few. I like the aerial better, which is, I think, the next page. That one. Crude SketchUp, beginning of the SketchUp model, shows you the overall orientation and how the structures relate to each other. The little dots are oak trees, so it really is surrounded by these beautiful oaks. It's a beautiful setting, and so we plan to respect that. I think that's all I have in general. Scott, would you like to step in and chat about the landscape?
Sure. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Scott Capps. I'm the project landscape architect. I'll keep things pretty brief as Mark just really ran through everything. You know, as Mark and Melissa said, it's a pretty special site with a number of existing native oak trees shown in light green. And so with that, our landscape approach is to be relatively light on the property and really respect and take advantage of those oaks and really build on their presence. As Mark mentioned, main access to the home is off that north private drive. We are showing 2 fire truck turnouts labeled in the plan with number 2, with really the focus on the outdoor living spaces being on the south side of the home. And those outdoor terraces are really, you know, an extension of those indoor living dining rooms and letting those spill out into the landscape, into the gardens. As Mark mentioned, we're studying restoring that existing dry creek bed on the western edge. That's labeled number 15, and really making that into more of a natural feature within the gardens. Also proposing a very low tech kind of lounge set within the oak trees. That's that circular space next to those pink tree symbols. So again, a very kind of light approach to the landscape design, really building off the presence of those oaks. You know, material wise, looking at using some kind of regional stone at the terraces and then connecting the main house with those accessory structures, spaces with a permeable gravel pathway system. In terms of planting, again, really building off of the existing oaks, you know, thinking about layering in perimeter screening around all the edges, things such as toyon, lemonade berry, very much complementing the native coast live oaks. Plantings near the house, and Mark did a great job touching on these, will be more ornamental in nature. So looking at accents like tree aloes, yuccas at that front entry, potentially using some vines such as bougainvillea on some of the shade structures, but being a little bit more ornamental in nature while still very much being water wise, and in compliance with the water demands we will know we'll need to study. Quick note on irrigation, you know, we'll certainly use a smart weather-based system, again, in compliance with the state and local ordinances. That's it in terms of the site plan. We can flip to the next slide, please, and just start to get a look and feel in terms of the materials and planting. The upper left image is a beautiful project done by Mark and his team. I think this really captures the warmth of the stone we're looking to use, and that idea of the terraces kind of stepping out into the gardens and balancing all of that with a combination of natives as well as other regionally appropriate plant material. So that's it on my end.
You guys done then, please?
I think we're done. Yeah,
Mark,
thanks.
Melissa?
Yeah. Anything else? Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so we're just going to go down the line, my right to my left. Dave, please, questions?
No questions.
Stacy, questions, please?
No questions.
Rob, questions?
Really quickly, are you folks doing any thing at the entry drive, entry walk, in terms of some kind of, is it monument there, mailbox trellis, mailbox pier or something, or is
Well,
this
it's-
county where you have to have a breakaway pier?
We haven't really gotten there yet. I'm sure we'll
Okay.
have a mailbox, but a breakaway pier, meaning,
The county roads, depending where you are, sometimes will require that, but I prefer a stone pier. Anyways, no other
yeah, for
questions.
sure. We would do a stone one if that was the case.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, please, questions?
Did you have an FAR? Did you do a calculation of that, John?
It's low, I'm assuming.
It's low
It's
and
low.
I didn't see the number on there, so,
It's on the attachment. It's at 93%.
okay, great. Are you actually impacting any of the oak trees and having to mitigate, or are you staying away from all of them?
I can speak to that. There's one, we're staying clear of all of them, actually. There is one that was diseased, and you can go to the site plan again, which was best shown on page, I think it was A100, actually. Yeah, go to
There it is.
A100.
It's up.
Go back one, then. There's a small oak between, yeah, it's shown lightly here, but it's It's between the yoga studio and the proposed ADU. And we had hired an arborist and it is diseased, so we plan to take that one out. Your cursor is almost to the left slightly, up until right
Right
there.
there, yeah.
That's the oak we're removing.
Are you having to mitigate for it too?
We don't know yet. I mean, most likely, but it is disease, so we're hoping the mitigation is reasonable.
And your building height is under their allowable, I assume?
Yes, yes.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
Chip, questions, please?
No questions.
Robert, questions, please?
Would the second floor affect any of the neighbors? I mean, can we go back to the Google map?
We're gonna have story polls, so we can figure that out.
Okay,
The neighbors don't look directly over our property. The garages are, it's interesting, but the homes aren't really oriented towards the ocean. But our home will have ocean views, which is kind of nice.
What is the plate height on the second story and the roof slope?
The roof, I believe, is 4 and 12. We can go to the sections to look for plate heights. I believe they're right here if we could blow them up. Yeah, if we can zoom in a bit. So I think the second floor is up 12-foot plate or 11-foot plate. From the living room is 11-foot plate, and the second floor is 9.6. That's a 4 and 12 pitch.
No more questions.
And I have no questions. Comments, public comment. Anybody that would like to address the board on item number 6, 800 Oak Grove Drive?
Excuse me, we do have one speaker online. Justin, I'm sorry, Voog, that correct?
Hi there, can you hear me? Yeah, Justin.
Yes,
Vogt.
thank you.
Hi, yes, I'm actually the neighbor up on 802, and we do have a very small peekaboo ocean view. I'm just wondering if there is some impact in regards to height of the second story, and also any impact on that private drive easement, which we share with 802, or 820, I should say.
Okay, so we will be, every new project that has a 2-story element in it, which this does, we will ask them to provide story poles along the ridge of that second story. So you will be able to evaluate it on your own at that time, and we'd love to meet you out there when we do that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Okay, and we will not notify you again. You need to get yourself on the list that sends out the agendas and then monitor them as they come over every Thursday, okay? Every other Thursday, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
So do you know how to get on the list, please?
Yes, I reached out and I'll be sure to be on. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Okay, anybody else for public comment?
No more requests.
Okay, comments. As I said, I think we need a story polls to be consistent. Dave?
I think it's very nice architecture and landscape, especially how it's being respectful of the existing site and the oak trees. So pending seeing it out on the side, seeing the story poles, I can support the project.
Stacy, comments, please.
I'm very familiar with the site, and I think you cited the house wonderfully and respected almost every oak tree. I don't think that the placement could have been any better. And I support the project. I think the landscape is lovely as well.
Rob, comments.
I think it's a really nice project across the board. I would, with the landscape, I think you're at a point where you could even articulate a little more detail into the kind of hardscape landscape in terms of, I was alluding to a stone mailbox, front walkway materials, or that kind of organic quality that you started to do with everything. like the Dry Creek aspect to it. And that one image sheet, I like that look. I think it's appropriate for, a lot of the perimeter. I think the plant palette in and around the house, maybe I'd like to see your, more extensive, I guess, ornamental plant palette that you're going to show right there. What you're showing in that image right there is more kind of on the transition and perimeter areas. But you've done a really nice job, and I think you're really in the right direction. So thank you.
Um, Bill, please.
Yeah, no, I think you've done a wonderful job. The building looks great. Pending story polls, I guess, at this point. So I could support it pending our story poll site visit. Thanks.
Yep. Comments?
Yes, I do like the project and I'm looking forward to the story polls. Thank you.
Robert?
I concur.
So Mark, generally speaking, I agree with that. I like the project very much, but you're already coming out of the ground because of flood control, right?
Correct.
You have a tall first floor. You have a relatively tall second floor, and it's not, 4 and 12 is certainly not excessive. But my guess is when you add all that up, this is going to appear to be a tall building. We will find out on site. So I just want you to be thinking about ways that you might be able to lower that if necessary. I think we should put up the story poles as you have it designed, but it may be very, very tall when we get out there, okay?
To
But
be
besides-
determined.
What?
To be determined.
I still didn't understand. To be determined, absolutely. And then Melissa,
Yes, sir.
can we do the FAR worksheet, please?
Yes, it's up on your screen to the right.
Yeah, see the yoga studio that's up there in the top 212? See it?
Yes.
Yoga studio?
Yes.
That's in the wrong area. It belongs below the 551 in the next area below. It is detached.
Yeah.
It belongs down there. So if you could just move that so we have it. I don't think it's going to affect anything, but just let's get it done right. Okay?
I believe it was already corrected. It may have been, this might be the previous version, but yes, you're correct.
Okay, very good. So as I said, it doesn't make any difference, but
Right.
over time, people are may start looking at these and we want to have everything as correct as possible. Okay, we have been at this, Bill, Rob and I, since 12:15. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The next.
Mr. Chair, if I could just get clarification on the story polling that you'd like to see.
Excuse me, yes, along the ridge of the upper floor only.
Thank you.
And also for the clarification on the motion, would it be possible to come back for preliminary final together, assuming story poll site visit goes well?
I don't know. I'll tell you, I am somewhat concerned about these story polls. So let's do the story polls, get you here and put you on for preliminary. I'm okay with that. And then we'll see what happens. And then probably at the consent item, the next agenda, we can adjust everything if needed and get you through final. Okay? So preliminary
fair
next
enough.
time, everybody okay with that?
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, but I think it's a pretty tall building, so we'll see. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks all.
Okay, so item number 8, 1217 East Valley Road. Adele, I saw you, please. And anybody else that wants to join her? Okay, Jacob. Okay, so we saw you a while ago. And we had a number of comments, but you've made a lot of changes, right?
I want to say thank you because the first time we were here, it was February 8th and got thrown for a loop a little bit. We didn't expect to come before MBAR, but once we landed here and presented what we thought we were being directed by the planning department, MBAR made some comments and asked us to study some areas. And I want to say thank you to the board because what we're presenting today, I feel, is really an enhancement. It's becoming a much better project.
Okay, let me read the comments really. Restudy location of garage. Consider locating garage below the dwelling. Stone veneer excessive. Restudy. Consider lowering the stone and increasing the height of the wood. Return with landscape and hardscape plan. No action taken. So as you have noticed, I've been pushing people a little. If we can just keep this thing moving.
Okay, let's keep it going.
Very
The
good.
project now has garages at the lower level with the residential structures above. You could go to the site plan on sheet A1. So we now have 4 covered parking and 3 uncovered parking. The 2 structures are less than 24 feet high, and we're at 64% of the FAR. We were asked to restudy the exposure of the stone veneer that we had. The first time we presented, we had a stone base with board and batten above, and we kept our finished floor elevation to be at the minimum elevation that was dictated by flood control. And what we've done under the direction of MBAR is we have raised the finished floor elevation about 14 or 18 inches. And what that has allowed us to put the garages underneath. We've also dropped the board and batten, so the boards go all the way down to the bottom of the floor joists at the garage. So it extends the height of the elevation of the board and bat. And these board and bats, we're using the hardy board. So these are 8 feet high. What it also does is it creates a vertical line that aligns with our door and window header, helps to break up the height. So if you look at sheet A3 and A3.1, those are the exterior elevations of the main residence. When we first showed you plans, the exposure of the main residence had 1,177 square feet of stone veneer. Now that we've lifted it up, we've reduced the square footage of the 2-car garage and the storage area. And we've lifted the house up so the water can flow underneath and we can get some planting underneath. So the square footage of what's at the first floor is less. And we've also added doors and windows to give it the appearance of a 2-story home. Really adds better fenestration to the garage, so it allows it to be used during the day without having to turn on extra lighting. So our exposure of the stone, just by square footage of the height of that level, was reduced by 35%. We've been able to bring it down for a total reduction of 54% of the stone veneer by adding the extra doors and windows to that elevation. Basically, the floor plans and the elevation of the main house matched the ADU, and the elevations didn't change from the finished floor level up to the roof line. What changed was the proportion of the exposure of the board and batten and the height of the stone veneer with the doors and windows at the lower level.
You done? Landscape, anything to comment about, please?
With the landscape, our primary concern is just softening these 2-story buildings. And luckily, we have an existing hedge along East Valley Road that's going to help us do that. And there are several mature oak trees in the same area along East Valley Road there. And then we're proposing other trees closer to the motor court there, other canopy trees to also help soften those buildings from that perspective. And then the rest of the site, it's kind of limited in landscape area. So those true green, that true green hatch, there's a shady area underneath the second level. Those will be ferns and other type of plants like that. And the purple area is an existing drainage swale area. So we're gonna help buffer the buildings, the site from East Valley Road in that vicinity by using other native plants and large shrubs to help complement that native aesthetic in that section and also buffer from East Valley Road. And then over closer towards the motor court are our primary landscape areas, which will try to utilize a mix of different Mediterranean type ornamental plants to help add a little bit of beauty and a little bit of character to the site.
Are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. Questions, Robert?
No questions.
Questions, Rob?
I'll pass for the moment.
Questions, Dave?
Just curious what the bat spacing is.
I don't have a dimension on there.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that it, Bill? Dave, excuse me, is that it, Dave?
Yes.
Okay, Bill, questions, please.
Go to the site plan there real quick. You have a lot of paving there where you have what looks like two cars parked on the east side. Do you need to have that much paving? Is that there now? What's
Yes,
going on?
that was existing paving, and that is also a shared easement, though there are two additional parcels that have easement rights for ingress and egress on that paved area.
So do they cross over then?
Yes, they do.
Oh,
Yes, they do. So the roundhouse that you've seen, the Jeff Shelton roundhouse, is located in what we call like that little lower left or the lower right-hand corner. That little bite that's taken out of it, that's where the roundhouse is. And then directly south of the property is where the triangle house will be. So those two properties also use the same main access drive. The fire truck turnaround and all the utilities come from that main access.
parked there too. Then the last question, do you need to be pushed right onto the property line with your trash? Can you pull that back and get?
That's also in an easement. So
Trash?
the trash enclosures are in a designated trash easement. And those easements have been,
Specifically
were in,
meant for that?
yes.
Really?
Those easements were in place before,
Okay,
before all structures were
Right.
destroyed.
thank you. That's it.
Yep, questions, please.
Yes, David, can I see, can you move to the next sheet? Okay, next sheet. All right, one more. Yeah, one more. So, we're looking at the main house of 1194 square feet in the front with garage. That's the back,
It's the other plan.
right, I understand, yeah.
Yes,
And the back one, we're looking at the garage plan, and then above that is the ADU.
that's correct.
Okay. All right, that's all the question I have. Thank you.
Stacy?
Sorry, I wasn't here for the earlier session that you had for first conceptual. I know you are in the floodplain and that you probably had to have the house raised by how much?
About 7.5 feet.
7.5 feet. So everything, you have to have a breakaway, like a void carrying through, and hence that's why you have the posts and the extension coming out over?
Yes.
Okay.
And the structure of the garage will have flow vents.
Okay,
Those are,
yep.
those get designed in by the flow vent company on the best locations and numbers.
Okay, and are we still developing more of the landscape plan at this point? I noticed that it was just kind of roughly described as areas. All right, thank you.
Did you do an FAR study?
Yeah, our FAR is 64%.
Public comment, yes.
I believe at the last meeting, you can maybe look at the minutes, on February 8th, I think the discussion was, or the direction was to come back and look at a two-story structure.
Yeah.
But that story poles would not be required because it wasn't visible from 192.
Okay, let's see what the board says. So, public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 8? Turn the agenda. 1217 East Valley Road. It sounds, there's an echo in here. 1217 East Valley Road. You would? Up. Come on up. And I need you to fill out a slip before you leave. Please make your comment now.
David, do we have that last,
You have 3 minutes, please. And yeah, go ahead. Press the button. There you go. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, first timer. So we are the neighbors on the houses, the round house and the future triangle house. And I just have, quick question. These documents are going to be archived on the YouTube. Is there a way where I can, take a review of them or the plans? That's mainly my first question. This is the first.
Well, it would be easier. Adele, would you like to meet with this gentleman?
Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. I was looking for you over there. Yeah, I mean, I would just like to review them.
Okay, so before you leave, please exchange phone numbers and things like that.
If you send me your email address, I can.
No, after the meeting.
Yeah,
and
after, I can send you a PDF copy. of
Anything
the
else?
Documents that the planning department has.
Anything else, sir?
I mean, that's, I have to, it's really hard to see. So I will have to take a look first so that I can have an opinion, but
Okay.
that's mainly it.
There are speaker slips back there in the corner. If you could fill one out and give it to Dave.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Another comment, I think you guys do a wonderful job. I'm really impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Adele, please make sure. Okay, so anybody else want to address the board on, oh, here we go again. Item number 8, 1217 East Valley Road. Okay, comments. Obviously, it's come a long way. There was some comment about story poles or not. Let's go ahead and start with Robert. Comments, please.
I just think to be consistent, anything 2 stories, especially when it's raised 7 feet, needs to be story poled.
Okay, Rob? Anything else? I'm sorry. Anything else? Rob?
David, do you have those, is that easy to do? Just the previous one? Okay. It's for the benefit of Stacy too, so she could see the previous submittal. Where you were and where you are now, I mean, I don't remember, so I was trying to see the difference from what you did before, but I think it was a vast improvement elevation wise. And so my only question, I guess the 2 things is Stacy alluded to that, is I think in the landscape plan, I'd like to see a lot more detail into individual plants. Oh, yeah. And then the new one? And then while he's doing that, I would like you to study that paving, all that paving at the end there, and see if you can kind of carve out the function needed for access, you know, the easement access by your neighbors. And then perhaps maybe there's the ability to saw cut out some of that paving and incorporate some trees or some landscaping and not have it be so sea of parking looking. And there, I think you're in the right direction of making this feel like a nice project. You've done a lot of, like, yeah, that's substantially amazing, so much better. So, and then, you know, the one thing that's a little awkward on that elevation is just that chimney. I mean, I think landscaping would be, is either use landscaping or widen the stone or something out there. It's kind of an architectural solution. The architects maybe can weigh in, but those are my comments.
Dave, comments, please.
I think it's really a nice improvement over before, and the conjunctive use of the garage underneath just totally makes sense. So I really appreciate you taking that step. So I also like what Rob just said. Anything you can do to soften that big paved area. I know that it's an easement, but if any way you can do that, either with planting or the paving material, that would be great. And then on the bats, you know, typically board and bat was based on boards with bats, and you've got varying spacing, and they seem very wide, and I think it's making the scale of the house look funny. So you might study the spacing of the bats, something that's more
16 to 20, no more than.
well, normally boards, you know, they were actually, back in the day, they were literally boards, so it'd be a lot less than 24. So it'd be 16 or less. Yeah. Well, I don't want to tell you what to do, but just study board and back architecture and you'll see that the scale is a little wide right now.
Is that it, Dave? Bill, please, comments.
Yeah, I appreciate what you've done. Thank you for putting the effort toward making it better. I too, you know, if you can do whatever you can on the land, on the site planning there and the paving and the hardscapes, if there's a way to reduce it and soften that, that would be best. You know, in terms of the story poles, I mean, what's your plate height on your upper floor? Is it like 8, 9 feet? What's your upper floor plate height?
8.5 feet.
8.5. So,
Door and window height.
so you're regulated to the BFE or AFE. There's nothing more we can do. I mean, you can't make it any shorter.
And both structures are less than 25 feet tall.
So
For Mesa Valley, you know, this parcel, we're a good 20 feet below. You might go to the survey and see.
well, and even if,
It's significantly lower.
other than maybe the placement of the buildings would be the only reason that the poles would be of any benefit really to seeing. I'm just trying to find a way to say that you don't need the poles because I'm not sure that even if we didn't like the height, there isn't really anything we can do about it.
And I
unless-
believe that the Triangle House for Jeff Shelton, the conversation was the same, is that these homes sit so much lower than the public road
In the street there.
and the street, and you have to build that finished floor elevation,
Right,
you know,
right.
by FEMA standards. But the overall height of the structure really doesn't have any impacts to anyone.
Right,
The
and-
direction of view of the house that will be south of this property, you know, the orientation of the views from the structures also kind of respect each other.
And are you putting the footprints, well, they're not in the same spot, I guess.
They're roughly in the same spot. If you look at the
That doesn't-
survey, this was done after the mudslide.
Yeah.
And the area where it's paved, the ingress egress, that's basically remaining the same.
Yeah,
And then the area where there's very little change in topography, that's where the two structures were.
they were there already, so.
There's a pad, a rectangular pad that's in about midsection, a little bit to the right. That's where the garage was.
Old
But
garage.
now we're just gonna have that as a fenced area for bikes and surfboards and things like that. And then the parking would be underneath the structure.
Can we try to keep this to comments?
So to my point, is that I would be okay without story poles on this one, for those reasons.
Anything else? Tip, comments, please.
David, can you go back to the site plan? So, okay, this is 1217 East Valley Road. And are you sharing an easement with 1225? So they all using the same driveway coming down? So the paved area on the upper right, is it being used for accessible for other parcels?
Yes, and that's also the fire truck turnaround.
That big?
I think it's on one of our drawings. Dave, can you go to the plans from February 8th?
Adele,
We had additional documents that
Yep,
shows the
yep.
turnaround.
when we reviewed the roundhouse,
Right.
Jeff had this very extensive, where are the easements and who owns this and where's the
Mhm.
paving? She's got it right, okay? And it's Old World Montecito, okay? That's what this is. Well, it's Old World Montecito. Indian Town, whatever you want to call it. Or Mexican Town or whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah, I guess, my question had to do with the fact that, um, since, if you're doing the whole project, you have a main house, you have a garage, you have an AU, maybe it's the time to look at the landscaping for the whole parcel, and incorporate that in. So that's just one of the items I want to see if it's possible to do that, because normally when we, approve a new project, we look at the whole parcel. We look at the landscaping, and understand whether easement for other parcel, but then how can you? Because I do understand this has been around with a lot of residences in here and the way it was, and unfortunately it was washed away during 2018. And so anyway, that's just one of my comments. Then, I definitely believe that the improvement is much, much better than what you had before previously. So I definitely support what you're doing. And I'm also, I know the site very well. I know that's about 7-8 feet below East Valley Road. And the project is pretty modest in scale, 1,000 square foot, and a small ADU. So, and I know that it probably not, you can't see from anywhere when you drive along East Valley Road with the landscaping and everything. And even if you see a little bit. So personally, I don't need to see story poles, just because I think the project is so modest in scale and the site is so low from East Valley Road, and there's not much neighboring around that project. So I'm fine with a no story poles.
Stacy, please.
I really appreciate this project and how modest it is and how careful you've been with the attention to detail. It would be great to study the easement just in terms of more of how the fire truck works and to try and push on them a little bit, just to carve out a little bit more green space. And then two, I look forward to seeing a fully developed landscape plan that really takes those under areas into account. And I mean, they're very difficult, dark spaces. But I think they could possibly be enjoyable and an enhancement. But I generally am in support, and I don't need story poles.
Yeah, I don't need story poles either. This will be the second project in 8 years that I've been on the board, but we've had them for the roundhouse. And I drive by here regularly, and the podocarpus that's there is thick, thick and tall. And the road is, with a garbage truck on it, it's challenging. I mean, I'm not spending a lot of time looking at either side. So I don't think that we need story poles. So that would be 4 of us that don't think that. That's 5 of us. So I think that the landscape plan, though, I mean, I understand there's limited budget here. I get it, okay? That creek, when I was out there, I don't know, a while ago, I can't remember if it was before the flood or after, really gorgeous. And you know, I don't want you to come on in with a whole bunch of Mexican sage. I'm not saying that, you know. But somehow to take that and turn that asset into its true potential, I think is important. And yeah, it's old world Montecito. I understand the easement. I understand all that, but I think that there are ways that maybe introducing something that will get the edges of that paving softened up and make it really beautiful. So from my point of view, I think you should come back for preliminary, but not final next time. Then we can put you on to final and consent the time after, assuming it's gonna work. I think that this is a vast improvement over what you had before. I think this is what the site actually wanted. I think you're gonna be up higher too, and you're gonna be able to enjoy looking out a little bit more. So is that good with everybody else? Return for preliminary next time? No story polls? Okay, if you want to try. The Uniform Building Code, which then gets hooked into the California Building Code, has these things called ERS reports, including Hardy Board. I think if you go out to Hardy Board and download that site, that ESR report, you're going to find it says applying these boards on studs spaced at 16 inches on center. And in order for you to achieve your 1 hour rating, which is why you're doing it, I think now you may get out to 24. I don't know if they sell a 24-inch wide product or not. But so I think the ESR report is going to regularize the spacing. Then the other interesting things about that product is if you read it and you saw cut it, you're supposed to then prime it before it's installed. Yeah, on the exposed edges, or it starts to expand and stuff. So I think you're gonna want to look at all of that installation, and I think that may provide a lot of guidance to you. They also do make a 10-foot high board.
That's like what I liked about that, raising the exposure, dropping that below the floor.
Oh, I
actually
think you can
helps
go
to
to
give it-
10,
Yeah, it helps to give it a nice horizontal line
yeah,
at about the same height as the.
but you don't need the line with the 10-foot boards.
I like the line now that it's there.
Okay.
But thank you,
You
John.
are the architect, I am not. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you back here for preliminary.
Is it preliminary or preliminary final?
Everybody preliminary final, okay? Preliminary final.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Item number 9, 1029 Monte Cristo Lane. We're on for prelim final on this project. Is April here, please? You were here earlier online.
Yep, I'm here.
Please, can we have a speaker slip before you guys get out of here, please? Okay, April, you're back with us.
Hi. All right, can you hear me? Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Go ahead. I can't hear you. Speak up, please.
Oh boy, I tested this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sort of. Speak louder or get closer to the mic, please.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I tested it and it was working earlier, so I
Okay, that
apologize.
sounds good now.
Okay.
Speaker slip.
So our project is on Monte Cristo Lane. It's an interior remodel with some replacement windows and doors. And then we're proposing a new swimming pool and outdoor living space. Yeah, it's I think sheet 9 of the PDF. An outdoor dining area with a trellis over it, pool, landscape, and hardscape, and an outdoor kitchenette. On sheet 17, the floor plan, or PDF page 17. The floor plan is just showing that the kitchen and some bathrooms are getting refreshed, new finishes, and then new lighting throughout. Sheet 18 shows the trellis in plan, wood trellis covering the dining area, and sheet 19 is the elevations. And also the materials. So we're doing black framed windows, and the entrance on the upper right-hand elevation is getting refreshed from an arched entrance to a rectangular window entrance. And then the back doors are just getting replaced from sliders to accordion folding doors. And there's also going to be an outdoor fireplace between those exterior doors and under the trellis.
Details?
Next sheet. I guess the next one. Oh,
No detail architectural.
let me see.
details?
Let me see if I have my PDF up here. Not yet. I guess we need to develop those.
And you, I saw landscape plan there.
Yeah, landscape is the last two sheets. And I'm going to hand the mic to Robert Adams to present that.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, thank you, Robert.
You bet. Okay, so basically this is a terrific project, terrific to work with the owners on this. Basically the landscape in front just gets cleaned up a little bit, and it pretty much is gonna look the same as it does now. You walk through between the garages, and that's going to be, those planters have rosemary and lavender. That's going to be tidied up and filled in a bit. And then there's sort of just a little repair of that front step landing into the house as we're, headed toward the south. Look at the north arrow. We enter the building, and then the main improvements are in the back. So what we're going to do is we're going to have that outdoor fireplace and the overhead surrounding that as you come out the back. And then there's a little grade change to the relatively small swimming pool, but good for what they want, with patio on both sides. And then low retaining walls, really, on the west and east edges. So it's like a enclosed courtyard. We're gonna have some wonderful olives and dwarf olives and things, lavender, whatever, through the end of the pool. Then at the end of the pool, you're looking at some steps to the very back. We'll have a really small lawn. In the very, very back of the property, we're keeping very mindful of a beautiful oak on the southeast corner. And our pool equipment will be covered and nestled into the garden a little bit. We're going to add a little, right now it's full lawn, but we're going to shorten that lawn just for the dog. And we're going to have small fountains that they already have. And anyway, so the pavings are really interesting because the paving in front, we're going to match that paving in the back until you step up to the pool. Then we're going to go a similar sandstone color, ashlar pattern going around the pool. That's going to be very nice, and stone everywhere. And then the other thing is we're going to introduce a really clean hedge of eugenia along from pretty much, we're going to start that from the where the house starts, the residence starts, and move that all the way to the back fence. And then, so that's going to be a nice dense hedge. Right now it's a mix of crazy stuff. Everyone can see in and out, and it's not doing real well. So we're going to do a restart on that. Anyway, we're going to create in the back, like 3 major living spaces. Kind of a dining, outdoor fireplace area. Then we step up to the pool area, and then behind a very natural soft area. And I don't think any of this will impact at all the neighbors. And I think it's going to be wonderful. We're going to have drip irrigation, smart, weather smart controllers. Pretty much, it's going to be a nice, tidy little project that's in the interior of the back.
Are
Everything-
you guys done, please?
Yeah.
April, you
Yep.
done? Okay, questions? Okay, my observation, there's plenty of stuff here for preliminary, assuming the board wants to vote for that. But there's not anywhere near enough for final. So the most we're going to do today is preliminary. Stacy, questions, please.
How wide are those joints in the driveway and what are you planting between them?
That's existing. They're sort of like pavers with artificial grass joints. Those are just a very existing situation. April, do we have any photos we can show them of the front?
I will look for some.
But that's kind of an
I don't
existing
recall seeing
situation.
photos with this other than the front. Did we have photos accompanying this submittal?
Yes, I believe so.
I don't know if they have one on the front.
Yeah, really not much is changing in front from the existing condition.
Is that it?
That's my only question at this point.
Tip, questions,
there-
please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just that there is a photo package and that does show the condition in the front.
So where are they?
Yeah, they may not have been put up by the planner.
Yeah,
Were they
it was
submitted with this set or the
with
original set?
The original planning submittal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty nonchalant. It's artificial turf between the joints. It's permeable in a kind of way, but anyway, that's the improvements were really slated for the back.
Tip, questions, please.
No questions.
Dave, questions.
No questions.
Robert, questions. Robert, questions.
So the two driveways are existing. And we're going to be looking at two sets of garage doors. That's existing.
Yeah.
Yes,
So the garages are existing.
correct.
Okay, no more questions.
Bill, questions, please.
On the west side of the building, I think you have the planter pockets there for a creeping fig, it sounded like.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that existing or is there?
No, what we want to do is take that stucco wall and just get a really nice vine across it, so it's like a green wall.
Yeah. And do you need to have that gravel there? Is that for access? I know up against the building, there's no other way around it, but would it be of any benefit to pull some of that gravel off as you get further down to the back of the yard toward the pool area? Is it necessary to have gravel over there too? And maybe you could get
I think
more
right
plantings?
now it's a mix of gravel surface.
It goes all the way
Yeah, we
down,
just
maybe.
wanted to keep it permeable and really, kind of soft there.
I was just thinking, could it be planting is all, by the pool, just a thought.
Oh, what do you mean? By the pool?
Yeah, see where the gravel is just above the pool on the west, just to the west of the pool there. Could that be just planter?
Yeah, we do have I see what you mean.
Not
Yeah,
gravel.
we could introduce something low, like a blue fescue or something there, rather than having that harsh. But remember, we're adding these really nice sort of olive gardens on either side as well. But we can easily do, a small growing rush or something like that.
Yeah.
That's drought tolerant. Yeah, we could green that up.
Yeah, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Rob, questions, please.
Thank you. Does the, again, what is the front, pavers in the front driveway? What is between the joints?
It's artificial turf.
Okay, and then would you consider, as far as the paving material, would you consider color staining that or doing something with the coloring on that or something? As a,
I don't know. It's pretty nonchalant and earth toned. It's pretty soft as it is. I don't know. That's not like an area where we want to put the budget or the focus because it works fine getting in those garages, but that's my feeling.
okay.
Pretty soft.
Well, I was reacting to it, that's why I asked. And then in the back, is there, I guess I need to go back and look at the floor plan, but is there symmetry that goes from the front door through the house that prompted kind of the symmetrical layout of the pool area so that, and the reason I ask is because the pool's extremely narrow. And then the resulting effect was that you were trying to get decking on both sides. And so I guess, did you look at doing something asymmetrical where you could have had, I guess, a more meaningful pool and then develop the hardscape around that?
My feeling was the owner really likes the symmetrical balance, so I kind of went with that, a generous enough area on both sides, so she could have that symmetricality, and I think it works in a symmetrical way that way, but no, there was never something asymmetrical. She just loved things centered. She's been to Europe. The gardens are so unbelievably simple and kind of wonderful in their simplicity. It's kind of like Mediterranean minimalism.
Uh-huh. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Site plan, please. I think that part of our job here is to try to create roadways through Montecito that are quintessentially beautiful and have significant amounts of hedging along the street. And I see exactly the opposite with this site plan. Not this one, keep going down, probably the landscape one. Has there been any discussion about closing off one of those driveways and bringing in a hedge so that this is closer to Montecito and farther away from 1970s Southern California, please?
No, the client, like Robert said, was really focused on the backyard and spending their dollars back
Would
there.
it be
and
something that you would at least consider reviewing? Or do you
We
think that
can-
it's just way out of line to even ask, please?
We could ask the client if they'd be interested in that. I
Okay.
find the driveway very functional now with the two garages positioned as they are, that it's a drive-through configuration.
Yeah, and I just want to say there's actually some really nice planting on the edges of that. So, and then we also have this interesting front island that greets you, and that's going to work really well. It has olives, and just to kind of make that center island as green as possible with nice canopies, and really, I see what the point is. It just never came out.
I wouldn't want you to degrade that. I would want you to take the wonderful flavor that you're discussing and extend it and enhance it. It's a question. That's all there is. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 1029 Monte Cristo Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, so as I said earlier, we don't have the details. So we are on for preliminary at most. Comments, Stacy, please.
I mean, it's a relatively modest plan that I don't believe anyone can see except for the front. I do agree about the concrete paving, that I would like to see that explored possibly with the client. Not a fan of AstroTurf, especially from a sustainability standpoint. While it might be permeable, it's also plastic and breaks down. over time. It would be nice to see more screening in the front as well, perhaps a large tree proposed for that planter instead of the smaller shrubbery that's in there. Also too, coming through the center aisle, have perhaps aligning the fountains because they're a little askewed at this point. It would help as well to see furnishings on the patio to kind of justify their size on the front for that much paving. I always try to work around furniture and seeing how it's being used rather than just to have a lot of hardscapes for no reason. Don't have a problem with the gravel along the side. That's fine. If you could explore possibly even keeping the pool on center, but possibly going asymmetric with the layout of the chairs on one side and expanding the garden going back, you might find it even more enjoyable. Just a thought. That's it.
Yep, comments, please.
Well, I think the project is an acceptable project, and I can move it to preliminary approval.
Dave, comments?
Yeah, I think it's an acceptable project, but there's just so much paving. I would encourage you to study ways of reducing the patios between the garage and the house and between the house and the pool terrace. There's just so much paving, but it's not really impacting the community. So that would be a suggestion.
Is that it? Robert, please, comments?
I recall seeing architectural details on, maybe it was the engineering sheets. Can you scan back? No, I saw trellis details and stuff. Was it there?
But we're missing Wheelo and all the,
Oh, okay.
Pergola detail.
there's a lot of stuff missing. There may be some here, but it's not everything.
Okay.
So do you like the project? Not? Comments, please?
Well, I keep staring at the double driveways, trying to figure out what you could do, but given the existing garages and the whole symmetry, I just think it would be difficult to do a single driveway and get in and out, although you probably could. Have one that backed straight out and one that backed out and turned around. I just think it's a very, we're not at I haven't seen this project before, but we tend to discourage two driveways, and on a lot this narrow, if it wasn't already there, I would never approve it, but I'm okay with it for preliminary.
Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I think the changes to the residents are fine, and I too, I still think, a little less paving, a little less hardscape and gravel, and a little more plant material back there against pool deck areas and the space between the house and the pool. Maybe you could work a little less hardscape there. I'm okay with the driveway. Maybe there's a way to do some kind of alley of trees if you can't maneuver and nose your car out anyway, and you're just backing onto Monte Cristo. Maybe you just do an alley of trees in the middle and try to green up the middle space so it's got kind of a nice canopy of trees through the middle section if you're not needing it to maneuver around. So maybe there's some creative things that you can do there. But in general, I'm fine with the remodel, and I think the site work maybe just needs a little bit of tweaking and finding less paving. Thank you.
Kimberly, Chip just left.
Thank you.
You know, Does an applicant have the right to come in and ask for a modest remodel without taking on the entire site? Yes, of course you do. So, but this is kind of the opportunity, and I would want, now is the time, so I would ask you to really think about it. I've heard from everybody the amount of paving. I don't know that this could even pass tier 1 if this was brand new with all of the hardscape. If if it was a blank property and then you put all this. So I am an architect, but I tend to think Montecito is more about landscape than it is about architecture. And, this is not there yet, and it may never get there. But I will vote for preliminary on this, but I think I'm going to make the motion with, okay, so Rob, do you have a comment, please? No, it's fine. Did I leave you off? Oh, I apologize. That's why I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Talking to Stacy.
Yes, sorry. Well, I guess I feel the same way that everybody has mentioned, like that there's parts of me that could approve this project as is. And then I look at the front driveway and the existing concrete, and I think it's kind of dreadful looking, and with the AstroTurf in the middle. I mean, there's better synthetic turfs. There's better joint fillers in there that work. But also you could pull out that entire middle area of paving and have more landscaping down the middle and have two separate, or you could actually have one single strip come in the middle and then have a lot more landscaping and then Y it out to access the garages and then have a lot more landscaping in the front. So that's the part that the public sees, and I think that's the part that the board's reacting to. At least that part could be fixed. As far as then what happens in the back, again, it's like I like to let the designer do what they want, but a 9-foot pool, I mean, I'd be okay if that's what you ended up with, but I think a 9-foot wide pool, at that point, make it longer and make it a lap pool, or then what Stacy was saying, maybe go asymmetrical with the pool and then get more, have a meaningful deck space on one side and then more garden on the other side. So I think there's things to look at. And then if you at least study that and then come back with what you have, I think, ultimately, I guess I'd be okay, but I don't think it's as good as it could be. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you make a motion or someone makes a motion, April does have her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please, April.
I just wanted to point out that in the civil sheets, it does indicate that, or actually on my cover sheet, but the civil sheets supporting that we are in tier 1.
Yeah, but that's because you're tier 1 in relationship to the existing. The case I was making is if this was a brand new project, it was just dirt, the amount that you're adding is, I mean, you're basically paving side yard to side yard, front yard to 90% of the depth of the project. That's all hardscape in one form or another, with very minor exceptions, okay? That's all I'm saying, April. This is a urban solution, 1970s, that is nice, but the question is, if it's going to be refreshed, can it be turned from something that's nice to something that's truly incredible? That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. So I'd like to make a motion for preliminary approval with the applicant to consider alternate solutions to the entrance driveway and paving area. Is there anything else that we want included with that?
As well as the reduction of paving and hardscapes wherever possible.
Yeah, okay, reduction of paving and hardscapes as possible. Anything else, guys, please, and girl? Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Okay, do you understand that? That you're getting an approval, but we're asking you, we're kind of encouraging you to take a second look. Okay?
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed. Good luck with that. I understand you have the right for a limited project too. I think we all do.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Motion for adjournment, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Too late.
Sorry, Drew. Yeah, you're out of here, bro.
Maybe that's a good.
weeks. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, if you get it approved.
Okay, item number 10. See, Tip left, so I thought that we were good here. Okay, so design acceptable, explore options to distribute, retain, cut on site, return with landscape plan and full details. You were on for both prelim and final. I'm surprised you didn't get a prelim, but anyway, you're up.
Yeah, so I'm Drew Shear, architect for the owner, Warner Group Architects. We were asked to come back primarily for the landscape scope of work. The architecture is largely unchanged since the last time we were here back in September, I believe, of last year. So if it's all right with everyone, I'd rather defer to the landscape architect.
Yes, please.
to present
Yeah, it's late.
What's been added since the last time we presented. So he should be remote via Zoom.
Yep. Good afternoon, all. Scott Capps, project landscape architect with EPT Design. I won't really get too much into the detail in terms of spatial design. Not a lot has changed. I think why we're here today is to shed some light and give more detail in terms of planting design details, as well as irrigation. As you're all familiar with the site, it's a pretty incredible site, 2.5 acres we're working with, and we're really leaning on a lot of the magnificent existing trees on site to really inspire and kind of give way to the new garden design. Here you can see we have a series of outdoor rooms which are connected with a network of permeable decorative gravel pathways. I think the imagery starts to give a good sense, look and feel of the different spaces we're creating. I think, we can skip to the next slide. I'll get into more detail in terms of planting in subsequent slides. So here we're starting to give some more technical info in regards to irrigation, water use. You can see our hydro zone plan in the lower left. This is breaking down the site into the different garden zones and providing the water use information based on the planting design. We, of course, have our IMWELO calculations there, the spreadsheet there. We are in compliance right now. Our estimated total water use is at 3.02 acre feet per year. We are allowed 3.1, so we are in compliance, and that is taking into account the 2 new water features we're proposing, as well as the pool, as well as the large existing lawn on the south side that we are retaining. Next slide, please. This is our irrigation plan. The majority of the site will be irrigated with efficient drip irrigation. That's the angled crosshatch. So any new planting will receive drip irrigation. The existing lawn on the south side, so the right side of the plan, that will be irrigated with spray irrigation. Again, we accounted for the use of that spray and existing lawn in our water use calcs. We'll be updating the point of connection and the controller to a more modern, weather-based system that will get located at the existing cottage, which is in the lower left corner of the plan. Next slide, please. Here, just typical irrigation details, again, primarily using drip irrigation. Next slide, please. So getting into our planting design, given that this is a 2.5 acre site, we started to break things down into what we're calling garden zones. And again, really drawing inspiration in terms of planting design, massings, plant selections, really basing all of that off of the existing trees on site. So on this overall schedule and planting note sheet, you can see a breakdown of those garden zones, starting to think about our proposed trees, as well as giving the required info for sizing, quantities, and water use. I will say that this client is interested in more of a formal ornamental approach to some of the gardens. So some of the zones, are more moderate in terms of water use, but we are very much balancing that out with low to very low water use plants in other areas of the property. Next slide, please. So this plan will be a little hard to read on the screen. The following slides do have some imagery, which I think really start to speak to the character of the planting design. Again, we've really broken down this 2.5 acre site into zones. So starting on the north side, page left, we have a pretty incredible stand of existing redwoods. We're proposing to bring in new redwoods and create this arrival sequence where you come in through the existing redwoods. We're underplanting those with shade tolerant ferns, tree ferns, other material that work well with the redwoods. As you come in to the north, formal garden on the north side of the main house and that oval water feature, this is really built around these beautiful existing magnolias. And as I mentioned, this is one area where the client wants a little bit more pop of color. So we're thinking about agapanthus, potentially using jasmine as somewhat of a less invasive spreading ground cover around those magnolias. We really want to, respect the existing roots there and not really impact those trees as much as possible. So I would say kind of from a plan, this is maybe one of the more moderate water use areas, but again, we're balancing it out with low to very low plants elsewhere. Moving down to the west part of the site, so the lower portion of the plan, we have a beautiful coast live oak, which is that large circle just below the new addition wing. We'd be underplanting that with appropriate natives, adding in some larger screen material such as toyon to kind of hide that entry into the subterranean garage. On the eastern property line, near the bedroom wing, it's a long, narrow garden. We'd be maintaining the existing rose garden and supplementing that with new roses, camellias. Again, it's more of a visual garden out from those bedrooms. And then on the south side, as we're all familiar, we're proposing to hang on to the existing lawn. We're introducing a new circular water feature within that central courtyard. There are some great existing palms within there. There are some Kentias, some taller windmills, mix of some kings and queens. So we'd be looking to hang on to all of those and actually adding in, supplementing those with similar tree types, and complementing that with appropriate understory planting. We can jump to the next slide, please. So our typical planting details, next slide, please. And some imagery that starts to speak to, again, those different garden zones and really taking like inspiration from the existing trees. Moving into the lighting plans. Next slide, please. Very minimal approach to landscape lighting here, really just getting people from that motor court to the front door. Of course, everything would be hooded, oriented down to respect our night sky requirements.
Anything in the trees?
We have a couple downlights in one of the central trees in that motor court area.
And
then a
just two
couple
of them?
Just two of them there, and then a couple on some of the more interior trees around that oval water feature.
So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 sets of downlights, yes.
4 sets of downlights. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yep, that's it for me.
Okay, so Drew, do you have anything, please?
No, take your questions.
Children? Questions? Bill, let's start with an architect, although we shouldn't.
Yeah, I know it's mostly landscape, but I do have a question. The redwood, the size of the redwoods, how big are those going to be when you bring them in? Are they?
Yeah, we started.
How quickly do they grow?
They actually grow quite a bit if you hit them with some irrigation in the first 18 to 24 months. We're finding some sources out of Northern California, and the owner really loves the existing redwoods and really loves the idea of bringing in new ones. to really build on that. So they're, I won't speak for them, but they know it will be an investment to get some larger trees in there. But we're finding that we can find some, 15 to 20 feet. We're really looking for that day one impact. I mean, the existing ones on site are 80 to 100. If you're standing on the ocean side looking back north towards the mountains, you can really see them, and it just adds to the skyline and backdrop of the property.
Okay. And then I didn't see details. There were a few missing balcony.
He doesn't.
There's a sheet at the very end. The very last sheet is the A8 would be the architectural.
Okay, all right. Then we'll look at that later. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Okay, let's get to the landscape. Rob, questions?
I like what you're doing. I like the intent of trying to kind of capture some of Santa Barbara's, old school, more subtropical theme. I don't think your stuff calcs out when I look at your Welo calcs and stuff. The numbers don't kind of jive, quite honestly. I think you kind of need, and I like your design. I like where you're going with stuff. I think you still need to do some reduction of lawn, do some other drought tolerant things so that you can kind of have the majority of the pieces that you like and that the owner likes. But I think you still have a lot to do to kind of carve out so this works from a Wheelo standpoint. I mean, I'm looking at like your lawn, the point factor is 0.6. And, I would have that at 0.7, 0.8, and that will immediately make you not comply if you just do the math on that. So I mean, you've done a really nice job. I just think that you've got some more work to do on the Wheelo stuff and make it work, is my take on it.
Because the number we use for Welo is optimized, right? Because the number we use is the optimum number, not the minimum number in the spread on the Woo calls. Okay, so when you kick it up there, that's what he's talking about, okay? And
Understood.
There's reasons to do that we've discussed. We can get to you offline if you need. Stacy, are you done, Rob?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Stacy, do you have comments, please?
Yeah, I have comments.
Questions, I'm sorry, questions.
Questions. How many existing redwoods do you have and how old are they approximately?
As a landscape architect, I love the tree age questions. I couldn't give you a sense of how old they are. A quick count, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on that north side, and they vary in height.
And how many more are you proposing?
We are proposing, bear with me. We're proposing 5 more.
Are you aware that the average lifespan of a redwood in our environment is about 30 years?
And
then they
that's
just suddenly die?
That's kind of why we're adding more to supplement in. We're also taking that supplemental approach with a lot of the existing hedge material on site. A lot of the perimeter hedging is existing pittosporum that we find all over Montecito. So we'll also be planning for successive hedge planting. But thank you for bringing that up. That is also part of the reasoning for adding in new redwoods as well.
And have you thought of other ways it's a very large site, it's a very classical estate, other ways of kind of working your way into the more natural native landscapes and letting those kind of come in on the sides in order to reduce your water use and restricting some of the more formal areas slightly in order to kind of comply with kind of the greater contextual landscape of Montecito at this point and taking into account kind of the resources that are limited?
We have, yeah. So that you kind of nailed our approach, keeping the edges, really focusing on low to very low water use natives and other regionally appropriate material. One thing I failed to point out are the existing, what we're calling lawn perimeter. So the two sides to that lawn, to the lawn, there's some great low water use plant material there. It's mature, it's doing well. We would be hanging on to that and just supplementing in new shrubs and ground cover where we need to. But coming back to the larger comment I'm hearing, we would definitely be using lower water use plant material to balance out that larger lawn.
Dave, questions, please.
No questions.
Robert, questions, please.
It's always good to go last. I'm spent. No questions.
Particularly at the end of the meeting, right? Can we go to the lighting plan, please? And then that was it. That was it. And then focus in on the upper left-hand corner, please, of that plan. It seems to me that there are a lot, at least two of those trees that have tree lights that are not directly involved with lighting the path of travel, but are there as a decoration, as a way to have some kind of moonlighting. Do you agree with that? Please?
Yeah, some of like the two upper ones are more out and planting. They would be more accent lighting. You know, kind of the orientation of those triangles is diagrammatic. They'd probably be more inward focused towards the site, towards the house. Again, our goal with the lighting is not to shine any lights out to the neighboring properties or anything. So we would think about those being more inward focused.
If I were to say that one of the thrusts of our approval for lighting is to keep Montecito black, how would that integrate with this, considering that there isn't significant hedging that I remember along, is that Fernald Point that's out there on the west? Is that
It's
you?
Fernald Point, yeah. So page left is north, and there is significant hedging along the whole run of Fernald Point Lane. We are also, you know, we do have those great redwoods. We were proposing new trees, so we have quite a bit of layering of dense vertical green material between our property and the gardens and Fernald Point Lane.
Very good. Thank you. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 10, 1685 Fernald Point Lane, please?
No requests.
Okay, comments. We are on for preliminary final. My editorial comment here at the top is that I don't see everything ready for final, but Bill, comments, please.
Yeah, I like what you've done on the house, of course. That looks good. The landscaping, I think generally the landscape architect's comments, I'll defer to them for that. I think in terms of this lighting, that I would approve it easier if maybe you had one light on those perimeter trees that are closest to the east side, one light each, not two, just to kind of diminish that amount of light on that side. The others in the,
Point them inward.
yeah, and point inward. And the other two trees that have the two lamps each are fine. I too didn't see a few details. I know you have one sheet there. I went through and I didn't see there was an awning.
The very last sheet of the set.
Okay, let's give it a go. Okay, so I think there's a wooden gate too somewhere on the site that I saw on an elevation. Didn't see a detail for that. I don't see the awnings and I don't see the balcony. I see your railing concept.
Scroll down, there's
Is there another sheet we're missing?
okay,
there's a balcony and rail. All right, that's good. Window and door, that's fine.
Here's the bottom line.
Yeah.
If he's going to redo the Wheelo, he's coming back because the planning department will not permit us to give it half an approval. So if there's something more that you think they need to do, can you be specific?
Yeah, you have that eyebrow detail that you have kind of wraps around your windows, it's not difficult to do. You could probably do that, throw that one in, and the other one I didn't see was the awning? Is it a metal frame? What are you doing? You know, the fabric awning that you have?
It would just be a steel supported.
Yeah, so something for that. And there's a trellis, isn't there? Do you have a trellis somewhere on the property too?
Yes, there's two, but those were for the the main house. Those aren't part of the proposal for this scope of work.
So those are already detailed and.
Right, those were already detailed and approved
approved.
for the main house.
Okay, all right. Then and then the gate, wood gate, was that part of this proposal? Do you have a man gate somewhere on the property? Thought I saw.
Maybe within the landscape plan, but all we're
Yeah.
proposing is the main gate to the driveway.
Do you have the main, we have kind of
It's up at the top. There's a generator enclosure that is sort of off within the landscape, but
you scroll up again, Dave?
top row of details show, I believe, both of those.
Okay, there's your entry gate, right? Okay.
You good?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Rob, comments, please.
Yes, can we go to the site plan, please? I think the overall kind of colorful planting plan. That one works. That works. Scott, I think you've done a really nice job. I kind of like the geometry that you've done with everything, overall. So, hats off to you on that. I do think I have minor comments. I think the front walkway is understated and, you know, at least what I'm seeing in plan view, and could be a little bit more robust. The walkway could be a little bit more wide, you know, to the front door. And I think, but in order to meet Wheelo, I think you're gonna have to take that perimeter walkway that surrounds the lawn and pull that in. And I think that's maybe all you have to do is if you pull that in enough and then do like you're talking about doing super low water use on that outside perimeter, and then by doing that, you'll be able to get rid of a lot of the high water use lawn. I think you might have the ability to comply. You're gonna be, you know, you're gonna be cutting it close, but you know, I support kind of, you know, what you want, and on behalf of the owner, I think you've done a really nice job with the project. So, thank you.
Stacy, please.
I do like the design. I'm in support of its overall concept and layout. But I think the biggest problem is I would not support adding more redwoods to the plan at this point. Backing off a little bit on that, and then also just reducing those higher water use areas. And I would like to see probably a more explicit planting plan for this. It seems rather vague. Just in zones and just with a few plants listed, and some of them having some contrast in terms of water use. But overall, like site design, everything else is just fine. It's just, I think you need to reconsider some of the plant choices in the layouts in order to reduce the water use.
Why no redwoods?
Oh, because they don't belong in our territory. They're really native to the Northern California coast, and they just don't have longevity here. To continue to plant them, they take a lot of water, but then you also, once they hit the 30-year mark, you have to water them even more if you want them to survive.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Dave, comments, please.
Well, I like the way it looks, but I'm very concerned about the water use in this day and age to have a lawn that large. And so I think absolutely need to make sure that the Wheelo calcs are working and that you're compensating for the high water use in other areas. So those are my comments.
Robert, comments, please.
Is that a full 120-foot tennis court?
Yes, but it's existing.
It's existing. Okay, so that gives you a sense of the scale of the lawn. I just,
Have you been on this property?
no, I haven't, so I shouldn't maybe even be commenting, but seems like there's too much lawn and too much lighting. And those would be my only two comments.
I've been on this property twice now. And it is a remarkable property. I don't know if you'd be able to extend an invitation to the members that haven't made it or not.
Sure, it's a bit of a construction zone at the moment, but I'd be happy to guide you around.
Yeah, I think if you guys want to take the time, the three of you that haven't seen it, I think you'd enjoy it. So Scott, here's the deal on Wheelo. We have pretty much concluded that using the optimized water use is appropriate because 10 minutes after you walk off the project, as often as not, the owner will kick the water use up to optimum, so, or a little bit over. So if we at least get it started in the right place, then there's less that they need to do. And because this is Montecito, they don't like to be told no, and they've got a lot of money and they want to do what they want. I mean, that's all there is to it. So by getting up to the optimum use, they will probably see that that's getting them what they want. And we don't know, we've had a very wet last 2 years, but before that it was extremely dry. The ongoing prediction is drier dries and wetter wets. So far that prediction is working out. Last year was the hottest year on record globally. So if you get it, so thinking sort of outside the design box, it would not surprise me if the Montecito Water District at some point goes back and looks at your calcs and says, you said you could make it for this much water, that's all you're going to get, period, done. And so providing enough water, and they're only going to say that during extremely dry periods. So making sure that you have that enough buffer in there for yourself should get you and your client in a good position into the future. That's why that's why we're suggesting it. I don't know enough about landscape to be able to make any intelligent comments about this or that. So I have two very talented people here to my right, and I respect their opinions, and I would ask you to do that. In terms of the lighting, I think that Bill's comment about taking those two eastern trees and taking it from 2 down to 1, sort of setting that back a little bit. So most of the light is down on the ground. There's a little touch would be fine. And I want to also note that you have no lights, at least shown here, that can be seen from the beach, which is probably the single most, or from the ocean if people are motoring or sailing at night, which I think is probably the most important point of view for this property. So to that end, I would like to move for preliminary approval with the applicant to return with full details, both architecturally. Drew just try to buff it up a little bit, and Scott reconsidering Wheelo and any other details that look fairly consistent. What do we want to do about these redwoods? They have one opinion. Stacy's got another. Other people want to talk, please? Yes, no?
Two things.
Landscape folks talk.
I think the use of the redwoods is their choice. They just need to know that there's a shelf life to those things that, and that's true with many other landscaping. But I think part of the motion is I believe you have to pull that perimeter walkway on the lawn in to make this work.
Well,
So that
let
would be
them
part of
figure
the
that
motion.
out with the Wheelo County.
Okay, I guess there's other ways to do it. So
They're going to be
you're right.
driven, meeting Wheelo at optimum is going to drive them to a solution. So
That's true.
I don't think that we should be telling them how to design it. I think we
agree.
should give
Okay,
them the
good
limits, okay? So reduce the lighting, keep the redwoods if you want them, meet Wheelo at optimum, not at minimum or whatever they call it. Anything else, guys?
Provide additional details, finalize
Yeah,
all that.
additional details. Speak up.
A more specific planting plan, please, with the plant symbols and all the plants truly called out on the plans, please.
And irrigation.
And irrigation as well.
So you're talking about layering it up from the bottom.
Exactly. Yeah, because all I'm seeing are just hatched out areas with like 5 or 6 plants described. And that's not very specific.
So do you understand that, Scott? What she's asking for? You're on mute, yeah.
Yes, yeah, asking for essentially final CD level planting plans.
Yeah. That's what you,
Correct.
we're giving you
Yep.
preliminary. We want final next time. Okay? Anything else on this motion? I know it's a little chaotic, Kimberly. I hope you could get it.
I think I got most of it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second to my motion, please?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Like to,
Now do I get a motion for adjournment? Is
I'll make a motion to adjourn today's meeting,
there a second, please?
13th.
All those in favor, please?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, Drew, you want to work out a time with these guys? This is a very nice site. You should